We also have about 17 to 18 international donor representatives and development agency representatives from Manila, from the World Bank, and also from GIZ, from the International Finance Corporation, USAID, many of them who are participating. And we have our industry leaders from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from Maharashtra, also participating on this event. Now, as we know, even the MSME sector has given has come down from the top. Is that we need to focus on the agribusiness and the related activities and focus on promotion of that subsector, even in the MSME context. So agribusiness and MSME is going to work hand in hand in the foreseeable future. And that is why we decided that let us have a joint seminar rather than two different EGMs or meetings for these two focus priorities of the Government of India. Without further ado, I'll just give you a brief background of the chief guest of the session today. We have Nilkamal Darbari ji, who has basically, shall we say, pioneered and revived the FPO movement in the country. The Government of India is now going to plow in almost $1 billion in promoting of 10,000 FPOs across the nation. Madam is behind it. Madam has evolved the tools, the strategies, and also the policy framework. It was not easy. It was months together of hard work. And finally, the Government of India is now going to propel this movement across the nation. Madam should be leading this and providing her inputs on this, on a successful implementation of the project. We also have Dr. Dalwai ji, who has been also contributing equally towards the concept of doubling farmers' income and the strategy and the target by the Government of India. Dr. Dalwai has been contributing more, I should say, from the policy point of view and with regarding to agri-market reforms. He will also be presenting his expert inputs on this area. We also have Devendra Kumar Singh ji, who has recently joined as Development Commissioner, a very dynamic senior officer of the government, who has served as a Principal Secretary in Kerala also till recently for the agri sector and the agri-business sector, and has now taken over Delhi to pivot the MSME movement in the country. So thank you all, and all the guest of honors, Sri Anthony Desa, former Chief Secretary of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Kalsi, Chief Secretary from Punjab, many of them who already joined us and others would be joining us as we go on, time being valuable. So thank you all. And I request Nilkamal ji to please offer the inaugural address and honor us, and also provide our expert inputs with regard to the new model or the revived model for promotion of FPOs throughout the country. Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padmanand. I'm really honored to be here amongst the experts in the agriculture field who have worked in the past on matters relating to turning agriculture into agri-businesses and creating value for the farmers. There has been a lot of effort which has gone in the past, and learnings from those have given us a very clear roadmap as to what has been lacking and what is it that we need to do in order to create a more technically sound, financially viable model for the farmers in terms of their aggregation and the benefits that accrue from there. Typically, what has been happening is that we are aware of what are the shortfalls in creating value for the farmers. We are aware that there has been a very concerted effort which Mr. Dalwai has been leading in terms of doubling farmers' incomes. Since 2014-15, there has been a lot of work which has gone into that. FPO is another tool for that, recognizing fully that there are constraints. There are constraints in terms of the fragmentation of land holdings, which, I mean, reams and volumes of literature have been created on that aspect alone. But how is it that we circumvent that, and how is it that we can convert that into an opportunity, really, that challenge of fragmented landholding, and how do you convert that into an opportunity? Then there is very little surpluses available with the large majority of farmers who are small and marginal farmers. I think 65 to 75% of the farmers are in the range of, are what we would call as small and marginal farmers, with very little surpluses. and that compels them to sell to local aggregators. I mean, without having any access to other marketing alternatives, they are forced to sell to local aggregators, which typically means that they get less value for their product. So with these kind of scenarios, and they also have poor quality of inputs and untimely at that. I was ACS agriculture in Rajasthan for 3 years. And one of the most common complaints one used to get was about the lack of availability in time for seeds, whether it was being supplied by one of the public sector institutions or it was the private sector supplying seeds. There was always a gap in the timing. So you have the rains upon your head and yet the seed availability is not assured. If it is assured physically available, maybe it's not good quality, maybe it is spurious, maybe it is counterfeit. Look at it in terms of perishable and seeds for vegetables and fruits, which are actually very expensive. So with those kind of things, and then fertilizer movement, of course, it is very well managed now, and we had very little problem in terms of fertilizer availability in Rajasthan in the last 3-4 years. And also in the country, I'm aware of it, that this system at least has been very seriously worked upon and has yielded good, rich dividends in terms of availability of fertilizers from the public sector institutions. But then there are other issues also. Typically information asymmetries. Farmers are not aware of the many things that would make his limited surplus more remunerative for him. For example, simple things like price and simple things like price variation between two different sets of markets. For say, for example, if he is a captive, we always call that in Rajasthan and in northern India at least, there is a common trend that farmers are sort of captive to the local mandi that they are affiliated to, because so many of the adatyas and so many of the commission agents satisfy certain financial needs of the farmers through the year, primarily because institutional finance is unable to make inroads into that requirement of the farmers. So adatyas and commission agents and other informal networks that operate at a village level provide finance to farmers. And because of that financing through the year, whether it is in terms of social obligations like marriages and mundans and death and all of that, or it is in terms of even input credit, where the KCC penetration is increasing, but still there is a lot of gap in that. So there are lacuna in terms of financing, which the informal sector or which the mandi infrastructure, what we call, they are able to fulfill. And because of that, there is a compulsion within the farmer groups to go and trade in a particular mandi only. And that really, because of that compulsion and because every player in that game knows that this fellow cannot go anywhere and he has to come to the mandi. So the price realization is really very, very small and not based on the market realities or the market prices. And this the farmer doesn't know so clearly and doesn't understand so clearly that if he were to break free from that and go to the next mandi or to the next whatever market that is available, then he stands a better chance of getting a good price on his produce. So here it is that we find that FPOs can play a very big role, and that is why there has been this concerted effort to promote FPOs in the country.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, can I carry on? Yeah. So, therefore, FPOs have since 2011-12 been promoted by even my organization, where I'm currently the managing director, that is a small farmers agribusiness consortium, been promoting a lot of FPOs. And while in the country today we have about 5,000 FPOs, 2,500 odd of have been promoted by NABARD and some private trusts and companies, but SFAC alone has promoted close to 900 FPCs in this period. And this, mind you, comes in a situation where there are no dedicated funds available for FPC promotion. Sporadically, intermittently, we have been getting some inputs, some support from the different schemes that are being implemented, whether it is NFSM or it is RKVY or it is MIDH, the horticulture board schemes. So sporadically, we have been getting funds for promotion of FPCs, actually with very little guarantee of continuity. And sometimes we have faced situations where, funds are stopped midway and then we've had to struggle with funding. But having said that, now the time has actually dawned when we, deriving from our learnings and the realization that one of the reasons why FPOs have not been promoted is also the funding part of it, because they need support. They need support technically and financially, they need to be supported. And for that, assured financial support is required. So we worked on that, and we had some learnings on other aspects of gaps in the promotion of FPOs and how to make them viable. And considering all of that, we put together a scheme and a strategy, and we were able to prevail upon the government on how to go about this and to approve it. And very happy to announce that it was approved by the government in February, and we have since been working on developing further uh, tools for implementation of the scheme. So what does this scheme really propose to do? It typically, in a very simplistic way, I would say that it looks at means to uh, bridge the gaps that we were able to identify in the earlier implementations of our program. And what were those gaps? Where were they faltering? So typically what was happening is that we had, SFAC had some resource institutions, NABARD had something that they call POPI, and then through these support institutions, they were able to promote FPCs, but in a limited space, in a limited, how should I say, up to a limited stage. So there you were with some NGOs coming in and taking on the mantle of a resource institution and mobilizing the farmers through constant program of networking with the villages at the level of the some kind of a commodity which they were able to identify in the region. So that they would mobilize, that group of farmers, they would mobilize, then get them to train and acquire some basic understanding, build trust and credibility, and thereafter, move along the road. And after a long time of, say, 1 or 2 years, then they were able to register these groups of farmers as companies under the Companies Registration Act, which has a special dispensation for FPCs. So, and then the real task which actually started was not really completed in full measure. So these resource institutions were able to very, very effectively mobilize farmers and register them as companies, help them also in collection of equity, help them in understanding, in developing an understanding of what this is going to mean for them. But thereafter, the real crux of the issue, which was really support in terms of financial linkages, whether it is for input credits or whether it is for marketing support as in a post-harvest situation, or even in terms of, say, for example, warehousing requirements. So these were aspects which were really left untouched. Particularly the post-harvest management was left largely untouched, and some very basic rudimentary business plan was provided to the farmers, but really with low capacities within the RIs themselves, they were unable to make it into a very working kind of a reality. The FPC concerned did have some professional manpower, which was provided through the schemes implemented by SFAC or NABARD. They did have some support in terms of their CEOs and accountant and some basic manpower and space. But really it was, one has to admit that there was a serious lack of capacity within those sets of people and high levels of attrition. So the moment somebody acquired some basic skills through his own understanding and through whatever resource institutions were able to generate the, the aspirational society that we have, they would move on to cities and leave the FPCs in the lurch. And so there was this complete, I would say not a complete, but a partial desertion and a sort of the stage where the FPCs required the maximum hand-holding. That was the stage at which they felt that they were unanchored. And therefore, this is a realization that we in SFAC developed through our consultations with so many other stakeholders, including Mr. Padmanand's team in GT, who were doing a project for us for 30 FPOs. So with that learning, we devised this strategy and we said, we plug these loopholes, we plug these gaps that are available. And we have been helped largely because this scheme has been approved for $1 billion assistance over the next 5 years. And that touches on support to everyone, including SFAC, for example. So we do have a situation where in the next, I think, next 45 days to 2 months, I think, we will be having in place a national project management agency within SFAC, which will handhold the entire edifice of this implementation mechanism that has been devised. And so what we have done is actually the fulcrum of this program now would be what we are calling the cluster-based business organization, which will be a level up from what the RIs were doing. RIs who are NGOs typically in the field, they would continue to perform the function of a mobilizer, a farmer contact center, for example. But the engagement of SFAC with the field would be through the cluster-based business organizations that are going to come up in the country in a more specialized kind of a setup. So while the NPMA will bring in expertise from a very large source of data, of experts, CBBOs will have a more cutting edge kind of expertise. So you will have typically accountants and you will have legal experts, people who will look at the Companies Act and guide and help the FPOs in completing their compliances and not being subjected to penalties and even criminal liabilities. So those kind of experts will come in. We will also have marketing experts come into SCBBOs who will help identify that particular commodity which they are doing and the complete value chain of that commodity, in also help in developing the value chain for those commodities, whether it is in terms of processing or marketing or tying up for direct sales, etc. And some of the legislations which have recently been undertaken by the government of India through ordinances, they are also going to play a very crucial role in that for the FPOs. So ENAM actually has done a lot in terms of bringing the FPOs to the marketing platform and providing them a special module through ENAM for trading. So really what is happening now is that one is that you have more and more number of farmers aggregating through FPOs, because literally जिसे हिंदी में कहते हैं कि अकेला चना क्या भाड़ फोड़ेगा. So with that thing, if there is an aggregation of farmers who are able to leverage their strengths, able to coordinate with their member farmers in terms of production planning, in terms of understanding what prices are available in the market, buying from the farmer members and then selling it onwards, whether it is through the government procurement program or to direct market or to retail, big retailers who are available in the field. So that kind of a role is now being facilitated all across, whether it is through ENAM or it is through the new legislations which have come in, where trade outside the APMC yard, you see, typically the farmer is also a captive of the APMC. And when we have a legislation which Mr. Dalwai has been really closely associated with, where we have the ordinance on trade and commerce for farmers outside the APMC yard, that is going to be a game changer really, even for the FPOs, for farmers at large and for FPOs really, in terms of allowing farm gate sale, or in terms of allowing collection center sale directly to farmers, directly to buyers and processors, or even the big houses that buy produce directly from farmers. So all of that without any levy of cess or any fees, etc., and just really freeing up the production of the farmers to be able to sell to anyone that they choose, not necessarily in the catchment of the mandi that they are placed in, but across the country, across their own state, for example, to begin with, and then move on to other places. For example, I like to give the example of jeera, cumin, in western Rajasthan, where typically with Jodhpur, Jaisalmer or Badmer areas, necessarily the farmers have to pick up their produce and take it to Unjha in Gujarat, and then that adds to their cost, and then they are able to sell it only in Unjha. But with this kind of a legislation, it is not difficult to imagine a situation where the compulsion, I mean, if they want to go to Unjha, that's another matter, but the compulsion to go to Unjha to sell their produce will kind of abate. It will die down gradually, and farmers should be, if the market for jeera is say Delhi, why should the produce from Jodhpur or Jaisalmer go to Unjha and then come to Delhi? It just adds to the cost without providing any benefit to the farmer. So with that situation emerging, where we can now allow farmers to trade, directly, a day will come where jeera from Jodhpur will come directly to Delhi, and the farmer will stand to benefit in terms of the higher price realization and reduction in the costs involved. So with that kind of a thing, I think we are in very exciting times so far as FPOs are concerned, so far as aggregation is concerned. And typically a lot of opportunities arise even for employment. I think, that's one of the spins of this whole program. So while we have farmers aggregating and deriving maximum value for their produce, for their surpluses, and reduction in their cost of production and transaction, there is also a lot of employment opportunity arising, because there's all these 10,000 FPOs that are going to be formed in the country over the next 5 years. Will also have the requirement of so many experts, so many village level experts also. Typically people who have just, say for example, done BComs or have done 12th with commerce, they can be employed and then they develop their skills through our agencies, NPMA, and training institutions like BIRD that we have identified. So there is going to be a lot of capacity building and a lot of employment generation through this program. And of course, the benefits to the farmers and processors and others, and ultimately to the consumers also. So I think that's where I can stop at the moment, and just just say one thing, that the entire focus of this program is not on SFAC alone. We are the nodal agency. We will have the NPMA, but we have very important stakeholders in this program, including NABARD and NCDC, and they will all have a role to play, not only in formation and promotion of FPOs, but also ensuring that higher value reaches the farmers through this whole mechanism. And the other thing that I just mentioned was about the employment generation. The bankers have a role to play seriously. If there is going to be a little less dependence on Aratyas and commission agents for funding the requirements of our farmers, and therefore breaking free from the shackles of the mandi, I think what is important is that institutional finance, institutional credit must flow to the farmers through the banks. And we also have training institutes as our important stakeholders. We have these consultancy companies and the big legal firms, etc. We have a lot of advocacy role to play in terms of reducing the load of compliances for the farmers and for the FPOs, and we are already working with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for that. So they are also a very strong stakeholder in this game. So many of these ministries, like Department of Consumer Affairs, etc. So we, Department of Food. So we have a very, and of course the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, and therefore we have multiple stakeholders in this game, and each one has a role to play, and the detailed guidelines which are in the final stages of preparation will set the ball rolling for the implementation of this program. And I seek everyone's cooperation and help and support in making this program a success. And I'm really um, uh, very grateful to Mr. Padmanand and his team for having invited me to speak and to give my thoughts on this very important program which has been approved by the government. Thank you so much. Padmanand, I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Muted.
Yeah, now, yeah.
We are sure that the nation would be thankful to you, ma'am, in a matter of 2 or 3 years for inducing professionalism into the ecosystem, which had been a major gap in the whole movement of FPO promotion and related interventions. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So, Padmanand, can I
Dr.
be
Dalwai,
I'll sit and listen to Dr. Dalwai for a bit before I start.
Absolutely. Yes, please. So, Dr. Dalwai, thank you for joining us. Dr. Dalwai has basically pioneered the policy interventions in the country, also sat down and drafted the Model APLM Act, including introducing many of the innovative policy interventions for the FPO movement. Dr. Dalwai had visited many clusters in Pune and in Madhya Pradesh, actually visited interact with stakeholders, referred to the global scenario with regarding to the policy incentives for FPOs, right from Australia to the US, and basically facilitated also the exemption from IT for a period of 5 years for the FPOs, FPCs. This is a very laudable and a pioneering initiative by the ministry, and Dr. Dalwai ji also had a critical hand on this. Dr. Dalwai ji will speak about the market reforms and also on other policy related initiatives in the context of the FPO initiative in the country. Doctor?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I would like to first congratulate Grant Thornton, Dr. Padmanand. Now you're a professor, and your team, who have been playing a very important role in promoting agriculture as an agribusiness. And I'm very happy that you have been able to bring today people from different backgrounds on a single platform. And I recognize the presence of our very dynamic friend, Neil Kamal. I can also see Devender here. And I can see many other officers, as I saw from the list of invitees, a lot of our own colleagues from different states who have been leading agriculture and other sectors. What really brings out in a very positive contrast today is a convergence of the MSME Development Commissioner and agriculture sector. I think very few would notice that this is not very common, and it only shows how agriculture is transforming. The topic of your day's webinar or seminar is of Government of India Agri-business and MSME development priorities interventions, best practices and learning. And I have seen that you have chosen very good resource persons to dwell upon these different topics. So what I would do is to, rather than go into specifics of reforms of marketing, build a theme around how the agriculture can become an agribusiness, how secondary agriculture can become a support, and how MSME can actually become the umbrella for this kind of a transformation. I will try to cover all these things in brief. When you talk of agribusiness, it seems a new word. It has become a flavor of the season in India today. Happy that it has become at last. But agribusiness is as old as 60 years in the world. For the first time in 1957, two professors of Harvard University, Professor Goldberg and Davis, coined the term called agribusiness. It only goes to show that the issues of surpluses had started troubling the American society much before countries in India, countries in Asia and Africa. Now, when these two professors coined the term agribusiness, what they really meant was, in simple language, a sum of all the operations that describe agriculture production system, from input management to output management. Since in a country like India, where food security was the main theme for a long time, we had natural markets, and therefore there was no necessity for us to think of what happens to the produce after it is harvested. But when we arrive at a situation where surpluses become a problem, that means development becomes a problem, then naturally we have to wake up and think what to do with that, and India has begun to do that. If we want to look at agribusiness, in our simple bureaucratic language, it's called an ecosystem approach. That we're not supposed to look at any single issue in compartmentalized, in a silo manner, but look at it in an organically linked manner, and that's what is called as ecosystem approach. Many a time, a particular intervention with all laudable objectives and good intentions and best of efficiency in implementation does not output a particular result only because the organic linkages connected therewith as prerequisites and also as suffixes are not there. So agribusiness is supposed to bring that kind of an ecosystem approach and identify what are the organic linkages as far as agriculture is concerned, from sowing and planting to the final consumption stage. When we do this, pre-production, production, and post-production become one and come on the single platform. So now, why do we need this agribusiness? When you talk of agribusiness, we should be looking at least three things. One is that agribusiness then converts agriculture profession into an enterprise, and therefore becomes an agri-enterprise. When it becomes an agri-enterprise, the principal stakeholder is a farmer. He is the farmer entrepreneur. So how do we ensure that the farmer entrepreneur is now able to generate profits from his agriculture business? That's the first thing. And then attendant issues, of course, are very important, since any kind of enterprise must always be able to maintain the credibility, win the credibility, the trust of the clientele. For the farming sector, the consumers who are the client, and therefore we need to meet the requirements of the clients. And for us here, the consumers, the majority of the consumers are those who are demanding food and nutrition security. And of course, as we go forward, we'll also realize that there will be other sectors who are demanding for agriculture produce. And third one, which has become very important today on account of climate change, is sustainability, ecology. So when we are talking of an agri-business, if we need to bring that efficiency at every single stage of this paradigm, then we keep in mind the interests of the farmers as entrepreneurs, interests of the consumers demanding nutrition, safe and quality food, and ecology, which alone can ensure sustainability. What we shall do today is that, yes, input management is very important. We need a lot of reforms. In fact, we have not yet looked at the reforms that are required on the input side, on the pesticides, on fertilizers, on the water, because these are all demand related. And unless we bring about reforms in such a way, but the cost and quality are assured for the farmers, we will not be able to regulate demand, which is extremely important. So that is another aspect. We'll not look at it today. So let's focus on the post-harvest management, because most of the time when you talk about agribusiness, what has begun to garner attention is the post-harvest management. Now, why is it important? First thing is that the key performance manifestation of this particular situation today, or the inefficient system today, is that we have huge quantum of food loss and food waste. Normally, when you talk of food loss, we're talking about the inability of the food to connect between the farm gate and the final consumption point in a manner which is safe and secure. So we have to look at both quantity and quality. Now, both in terms of quantity and quality, on account of various inefficiencies today, there is huge quantum of food loss. While FAO says that there could be loss anywhere up to 30%, our own studies put it at from 5% to 20%. All said and done, we have at least 10% of agriculture produce being wasted in our country. So the learning is, if only we can make appropriate interventions in terms of agri-logistics, in terms of information symmetry, in terms of strengthening the bargaining power of the farmers, we will be able to transfer directly 10% of the agriculture GDP to the pockets of the farmers and thereby contribute to their higher income. Now, what is happening today? I think if we understand that, all your participants, I understand large number of registrants are there. I will, since such large number are there, I'm sure they're all looking up to what points that all of us as resource persons are going to give them. So to emphasize on what is really happening today, that we need technological interventions, management practices, best management practices, right from the stage of harvesting up to the final point of consumption. Now, harvesting is so important that unless that starting point is taken care of, all our interventions subsequently, either at the processing stage or the storage or the transportation and processing stage, will not be able to yield the best of results. Because when we talk of agribusiness, the first thing is whether we are producing what the markets want, are we harvesting what the markets want? That are the two important things. So now, since any kind of an agriculture produce, be it a grain or a fruit or a vegetable, is a living organism that lives till it is harvested, it continues to live after it is harvested for different periods of time. That is the problem. Since it is a living organism, both before harvesting and after harvesting, the way we handle that agriculture produce becomes very important. Now, most of the time in our country, we have not been able to transfer knowledge to our farmers regarding the harvesting practices. Since a fruit, for example, or any grain for that matter, it is, as I said, it is a living organism. It has got a soft texture, and then it can suffer bruises the way we handle it. So handling becomes that much more important. And once the crop is harvested, there are different stages where the intervention is required. For example, primary processing. Before we go into a secondary processing, the primary processing is extremely important. It is primary processing which will ensure that the produce is stored safely, transported safely, and therefore the shelf life increases. Unless we are able to increase the shelf life of the agriculture produce, we cannot take advantage of the market arbitration, whether near market or the long range market. So the primary processing is where huge opportunities for enterprise arise for entrepreneurs, not just for the farmers. When we talk about primary processing, we are talking about things like dumping, simple dumping. For example, the harvester produces, put into the water to cleanse it of the earthen material that sticks to it. Then sorting. Many times the farmers get greedy. They don't distinguish between a pest attack produce and a non-pest attack produce, a damaged produce and a non-damaged produce. And because that is not sorted accordingly, the good produce also gets wasted by the time it reaches the market, and they don't get good prices. Hence, the different components of primary processing must be brought in as best practices to the farm gate. And we need to bring in small entrepreneurs who are able to provide these kind of facilities to enable the farmers to do it. And then once the primary processing happens, what we need is agri-logistics. The agri-logistics, because, to put it shortly, we have food losses at harvesting stage, primary processing stage, and the storage stage, transportation stage, and finally the processing stage, because the distribution happens finally at that stage. So at each of these stages, what kind of agri-logistics do we need to bring in this country is very, very important. Now, talking about the linkage to what has happened as a part of the Atmanirbhar package, we are now all aware that we have been given 100,000 lakh, okay, 100,000 crore rupees to build an agriculture infrastructure for the field crops and the horticulture crops. We have been given 20,000 crore to build infrastructure in the animal husbandry sector. We have been given another 20,000 crore to build infrastructure for the fishery sector and aquaculture. So all these things now have to be utilized properly at each of these stages, such that we are able to have a proper supply chain management. So here I think the entrepreneurs must understand that there is a difference between a value chain and a supply chain and an agricultural value system. Now, value chains do exist even in the non-monetized economy. For example, a farmer shares his seeds with his neighbor. That is a value chain. Or a farmer sells his agriculture produce to an itinerant trader at the village. It is a value chain. But is that value chain efficient? If we have too many value chains, obviously the outcome is that the intermediaries garner these benefits and not the producer and not the consumer. As MDSFS was rightly saying, that we now need to disintermediate, and that's where building long value chains becomes very important in this country. When we build long value chains, we're able to efficiently and effectively transfer the agriculture produce from the production zone to the consumption zones, and also increase the share of the producer in the consumer's rupee. It's not to say that we don't need intermediaries. Intermediaries are very much required because they do provide services. So their claim to a particular share in the consumer's rupee should be only when he is able to provide a service. Either he's storing it or transporting it or processing it or is handling it when it is inevitable. So we therefore need this kind of efficient value chain management. But a value chain management, it prerequisites a very strong agri-logistics. But ultimately, we need to build supply chains which consist of a range or a number of value chains. And a supply chain can be domestic, it can be also global. And India would now like to be a global player, and therefore global supply chain management becomes very important. If we want the international players to integrate their value chains with India's value chains, naturally what it calls upon is to produce quality, adhere to the standards, both domestic and global standards in terms of safety, quality, etc. So that is another important component of a value chain and a supply chain management. Now we may have a very good supply chain management, but at the starting point I told you that unless the farmers are educated to produce for the market according to the tastes and preferences, according to demand, according to the particular quality of produce, then they will not be able to integrate themselves with the supply chain. So in an agriculture value system, it is very important that the reverse knowledge about demand and markets, both within the country and outside the country, are consistently transferred to the farmers. Now, we can't transfer a mass of information to the farmers. That data set from different sources has to be collected by somebody. It has to be into a central server. It has to be subjected to big data analytics. And then the interpretations are shared with the farmers and other stakeholders in the agriculture value system. So what we now really find is that if we would like to promote agriculture business, we need to look at the production and the consumption as one integrated whole, and add on the chain different players, different stages are recognized. We identify what the current weaknesses are and start plugging in those things. And that's where I think this agriculture infrastructure package that is announced by government of India has to be intelligently utilized to create this thing. Now, when we do this thing, the final for all this thing is of course the market, because farmers have to find the rates, value or the remunerative prices on the produce. Now, markets become very important. So the set of reforms that you were referring to, Padmanand, become very important. Yes, it is not as though no market reforms have happened in this country. In fact, the first reform in the country began in 1895 because we didn't have a structured market in our country. Even during colonial time, for example, the first regulated market was set up in 1895. Then we had series of market reforms. The best of reforms happened after submission of the report by Royal Commission on Agriculture. However, till independence, most of the reforms were centered around meeting the raw material needs for the industries of the British colony power. Post-independence, the reforms were now trying to bring benefits to the farmers. So the agriculture markets that were constituted in 1960s, APMCs, which are now much maligned, actually brought some sense of method to the madness that existed in this country. Till 1960, and even post 1960, in many states like Bihar today or even Kerala, we have a direct trade. I only want to drive home the point that direct trade in itself is not an answer. A direct trade is an answer provided we take care of all other requirements. So APMCs, which brought in a structured agriculture marketing system into the country, were able to discover prices for the farmers to an extent that they started benefiting much more than what they were able to during the time of the itinerant village traders. The village traders were exploitative. The village traders were also usurious money lenders. So they combined all the power in them and weakened the farmer. But as happens anywhere, a monopoly practice is bad for the system. Since APMCs turned out to be monopolies, the traders who were supposed to compete, auction and give us a good price, cartelize themselves. So the learning for all of us today is, do not let any single power, whether it's a government or a non-government agency, to become a monopoly. APMCs became monopolies and therefore did not benefit the farmers to the extent that we expected it to happen. So what therefore the government of India has done today is to create an alternate marketing channel. So through the central trade law, which allows for direct trade between the producers and the traders within the state and outside the state, interstate, it is an alternate channel to the APMCs. But all of us must keep in mind that if we create another monopoly by condemning, by killing the APMCs, we are going to go back to the same old system. The price discovery, the transparency, objectivity, the interests of the farmers will be protected as long as we have competitive alternate channels. So we must keep it in mind that APMCs must survive, however maligned they are. APMCs, of course, need to reform, and therefore the model APLMC Act that has been shared with the state governments to create competition within the APMC system. When we introduce competition within the APMC system, APMC as channel 1 shall compete with central trade provision as an alternate channel. So when we have this kind of competitive environment, then the farmers will certainly benefit. Now, to support this particular alternate channel system, we need to look at how well the farmer is set up. Because we think that in a free market economy, because ultimately it goes down to the economic philosophy of control versus free markets. Controlled market is bad, regulated market is bad, free market is necessary. However, free market in the interest of the farmers or anybody for that matter is good as long as it is able to create equal opportunities for everywhere. Now, given the Indian context of agriculture structure, where you have a large number of small and marginal farmers who have weak bargaining power, whose volumes of trade are very small, we must appreciate that they will not be an equal platform vis-a-vis the trader, whether it is an individual trader or a corporate trader or even an MNC trader. The farmer is a weak party. We therefore now need to focus as a part of agriculture business, because that's where agri opportunities come up for our entrepreneurs. How do you increase the bargaining power of the farmers? As we know, the weakness of the farmer comes from his inability to access institutional credit at the production stage, his inability to access credit after the harvest. And because he's not able to access credit after his harvest, he subjects himself to distress sale. After all, when you're talking about agri-logistics in terms of storage or transportation or an efficient marketing system, what we are meaning is farmer should be able to hold himself back and offer his produce for sale only when he thinks he's able to get a remunerative price. So the ability to hold back after he has harvested his produce will come provided his bargaining power increases, and therefore we have a system that helps him to connect with the banking institutions, the financial institutions, even non-banking financial companies, where he's able to access loans at a concessional rate. Hence the necessity of strengthening negotiable warehouse receipt system. So as entrepreneurs or as stakeholders or as policymakers who are all interested in the welfare of the farmer, we must know that in a free market, it is more important to strengthen the financial muscles, the knowledge muscles, the bargaining muscles of the farmers than in a controlled environment. Because in a controlled environment, for example, where MSP-based procurement happens, there's nothing for the farmers to do. He simply comes with his produce and gives it to the government, and government does not cheat because it does buy at the rate promised. But in a free market economy, where the farmer has to decide based on his knowledge, information, he needs to be strong enough. So that's one thing that all of us must really keep in mind. So there's so much to say about this. I'll close this particular sub-theme of what I want to talk by saying that reforms are very good. Reforms have been supplemented with infrastructural promises, and all these things has to also go along with strengthening the muscles of the farmers. And there too, the government has promised additional credit for the farmers. It has also promised Kisan credit card facilities to both livestock farmers, fishery farmers, as also the field crop and the horticultural farmers. So we're all moving in that right direction. If we are able to put all these things together, we'll be able to reduce the food loss and transfer that quantum of money into the pockets of the farmer. The second aspect is that if we are talking about agribusiness as an intervention to transfer more money to the farmers on the agriculture produce and reduce the losses, in fact, there are many definitions of agribusiness which go beyond simply what this Goldman defined. But Goldman is talking about how we interlink one operation with another. But then there are economists who define agribusiness to include those aspects of agriculture which are not put into usage. Let's say land is left fallow. Let us say water is not used efficiently. Let us say the crop is not being grown according to the agroecology. All these things also contribute to the loss to the economy of the nation. So hence, what we should be doing is, how are we utilizing all our resources? More importantly, how are we using various resources that are generated at the farm to convert that into money? So here I would like to bring in the concept of secondary agriculture. Today, what is happening in our agriculture is that the farmers, as also the society, treats certain commodities as primary products and all others as wasteful products. Suppose we take the case of a sorghum. The grain is considered as a principal primary product, but we do not consider its straw as a useful product. Take the typical case of paddy, because that is a dominant crop in our country. Paddy grain is considered useful, but paddy straw is not considered useful, and therefore we light fire to that and waste it. So now the shortcoming of this is that the farmers today are not engaged outside the agriculture season. Since we have 1 or 2 growing seasons, farmers find limited job, and outside their seasons, they are empty. There's no work. So we are wasting human resources. So one of the important objectives of agriculture business must be, how do you generate employment opportunities for the farmers outside the crop season? I think that's very important. If we need to do that, we need to convert these farmers outside their season as entrepreneurs and help them to set up farm level cottage industries, village level industries, which can then further link to the agro processing industries. Let's say, for example, we have a paddy straw. Now, paddy straw can be used to as a basket for cultivating mushroom. We can have beekeeping, for example, as integral to oil seeds, pulses, or any other kind of a grain. Now, these are the activities which can actually generate additional job opportunities, and that's where the MSME will come in. In fact, MSME, which concerns itself with micro, small, and medium scale enterprises, is most suited to actually take care of the secondary agriculture. And we therefore now need to look at agriculture as a resource, as a mine, and which can provide resources. It can provide agriculture resources from livestock, from fisheries, aquaculture, crops, including horticulture, to add value at the secondary stage. So the secondary agriculture, there could be three types of secondary agriculture. One type where we add value to the agriculture produce that is generated. For example, as I told you, primary processing of fruits, or converting a fruit through physical chemical transformation into a pickle or a jam. This can be all cottage level or village level industry. This is one set of industries that we can promote under MSME. The second set, of course, is using the byproducts which are now going waste for converting, adding value. For example, we know that all these straw products or a stock or any agriculture produce consists of protein, consists of fat, consists of oil, resins, latex, so many things. How can we use all these contents, the biological contents, enzymes, and various other products, and convert them into values like cardboard, or clay paper, etc., through cottage level, village level industries? And third set is, of course, alternate employment opportunities, whether it is the beekeeping or a mushroom cultivation, etc. So this is what I think where MSME has to come in. So I would say that the new package is very good because it promises to set up 2 lakh micro food enterprises. It is talking about reforms in MSME sector. MSME sector itself has promised us that it is going to give additional funds to the banks to give concessions to the small entrepreneurs. So how do we bring all these people together and create an agri-business opportunity? So I would end up by saying,
Hello.
let us not create any kind of a silo between agriculture and non-agriculture. Today, the perception of industrial revolution is that it is based on exhausting the resources from the fossil, which is talking about carbon-based resources, whether it is coal or iron or aluminium, bauxite, whatever it is. But I think today, in the modern economy, we must now link up manufacturing sector, energy sector with agriculture. So the way agriculture has to be reoriented, not just to produce food and fodder, but to produce raw materials for the industry. And that's where agribusiness will start picking up. So let me end up by saying that if ultimately marketing is an arbitrator that would determine the prices of the agriculture produce, if supply chain management is what connects the agriculture produce from the farm gate to the markets, then what is important for us is that we expand the meaning of markets. Markets have to be expanded in functional terms and also in territorial terms. When I talk of territorial terms, that means we go from village market to the district, to the state, to the national market, one nation, one market, and further beyond nation to one global market. But more important is to talk about functional diversification. When you talk of functional diversification, so as long as we continue to say our market is food grains, our market is fodder, our market is feed, then we will have always a supply in excess of demand. And then the market prices will always dip. What is very important, therefore, is to reorient agriculture, science, and research such that the scientists say, I'm now looking at per unit of income from every acre of land and not per unit of physical output. We should now break ourselves from the physical output as the unit of measure and start talking about income measure. And that will happen when we link up agriculture to industries. For example, methane, for example. So there are many things. So I would close up here, Ms. Padmanand, by only communicating to everybody once again that agribusiness is the need of the hour. But agribusiness has to be looked at in a new format. And as we do these things, always keep in mind that farmer, whoever says whatever it is the weaker party. His bargaining power is weak, his knowledge power is weak, his technology power is weak. So we will have to protect the farmer and enable him to bargain with the corporate sector, with the trade sector. I hope the trade and corporate sector do not misunderstand me. But if you want to survive as a businessman, if you want to sustain your enterprise, as long you can do only provided our farmers are able to provide you that raw material. And the incentive to the farmers must come from you, from the market, from the processing sector. So thank you very much. And I can see my friend Nirmal also joined now. So Nirmal, thank you very much. Nice to see you here. And we'll wait to hear from you. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your excellent inputs as usual. But I think one major change is happening in the government is that all the ministries and departments and programs are going to focus on one or two critical global concepts. That is with regard to cluster focus and value chain focus. So this is going to happen in the Ministry of Agriculture, Horticulture, Animal Husbandry. So I think that will make it more that we are learning from global best practice of cluster focused interventions. Yes. And also involving all the stakeholders in the value chain for interventions for global competitiveness. Yes. If not, as you know, in agriculture, we may be the global leader in many commodities, but in world trade, we are less than 1%, which is basically a very sad state of affairs. So this can be improved tremendously through cluster and value chain focus. Yes. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Now we have Devendra Kumar Singh ji, who has recently joined us from Kerala to the DC MSME. As Dr. Dalwai said, had mentioned, it is a revolutionary change, perhaps at the ministry also, where an agri expert is now going to lead the MSME interventions. I would like our co-organizers, Sunita Quadros from Economic Times, to please brief about the program and formally invite Devendra ji. Please. Sunita ji.
Yes. Thank you, Padmanabhan. Thank you.
Very clear, ji.
Okay. All right. Great. Good morning to all of you. I'm happy to be a part of a discussion that is extremely important, I think. It was a pleasure to hear the views that were shared by Dr. Dalwai and Madam Darbari. It's actually great to see how all of us are trying to overcome these challenging times. And in spite of the tragic situation that is there all around us, we are consistently trying to ensure that we add value to our businesses as well as our personal communities. In fact, this webinar here today is one such effort which is put together by the organizers and the Grant Thornton team. I think the importance of the agri sector and the growth of the sector has always been very clear. But during the lockdown, all of us became overtly conscious of the criticality of the sector. One thing we were all concerned about was having access to food and the means to procure them. In fact, two of the most important strategic priorities for the government of India include Make in India and doubling farmers' income. These two highly important focal action points directly or indirectly address the needs and livelihoods of over 80% of our Indian population. Both are closely interconnected and interrelated as a critical intervention to help increase farm incomes involves evolving FPOs and helping them venture into startup operations by way of establishing post-harvest infrastructure, primary and processing infrastructure as common facilities. In the context of Make in India, many ministries of the Government of India have been facilitating a range of soft interventions as well as hard interventions. Soft interventions include facilitating skill development, market linkages, design development, credit linkages, etc. And hard interventions typically include interventions by the way of creation of fixed asset, common facilities, and industrial parks. In the context of doubling farmers' income, farmer producer organizations and producer companies have been serving as the best platform to ensure that the range of farm and post-harvest and processing related schemes actually benefit farmers. The MSME sector of 60 million enterprises provide livelihood income to 30 crores of the Indian population. And over 60 crores of the populace is dependent on the agri-business value chains. Hence, the importance of this webinar is quite apparent. Basically, this webinar seeks to cull out best practices in terms of interventions on both strategies and to further refine intervention approaches. In this context, the webinar is to serve more as a mutual learn shop. I would like to offer all senior dignitaries and officials who are participating my humble thanks on behalf of ET and the organizers as well as Grant Thornton. I would now like to invite Dr. D.K. Singh, one of our esteemed chief guests, to share with us his valuable insights and thoughts. Thank you.
So, GT, some connection issue with Dr. Singh? Ah, yes. Yeah. You'll have to unmute yourself, Doctor. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to join all of you. And I'm thankful to GT for inviting me for this important session. And I must acknowledge the presence of Dr. Dalwai, with whom, we had a great association when I was in EPIDA. And Madam Nilkamal Darbari, with whom I interacted when I was APC in government of Kerala. And I also acknowledge the presence of other senior colleagues, Sri Anthony, the PH Kurian, and Dr. Kalshi, and other senior colleagues. Actually, my predecessors just spoke about the difficult time. And during COVID, we realized that all sectors have stopped or reduced their activity to some extent, but agriculture was one of the sectors where there was not so much reduction in the activity. I mean to say that harvesting was going on, procurement was going on, farming activities were going on, collection of produce was going on, and things were moving. And therefore, this agriculture sector gives a tremendous opportunity for a development of enterprise even in a very difficult circumstances. In fact, this period also, many agencies realized that they can have a different business model altogether by reaching to the consumers directly. By collecting the produce from the farm gate and processing it and making in a consumer pack and delivering to the doorstep of the consumers. I was surprised to note that, even in Kerala, our public sector organizations were able to handle that. They were able to, make 1,000 or 2,000 consumer kits of vegetables or fruits, and they were able to deliver at the, doorsteps of the societies where there is a large urban, accommodation available. But if there is a FPO like Sehadri, I came to know that Sehadri was able to connect to 700, societies, and they were able to pack their produce and directly deliver that. I'm sure there will be many such success stories across the India. So what I was trying to say that this sector has tremendous opportunity to create business in real sense, where there has to be a partnership with the farmer so that they also get some, extra rupees out of this business by a aggregator or service provider. Now, in this process, when this crisis was going on, then, I got this posting by Government of India, and I joined this. And then the first question I was asking, how we can reconnect with the agricultural sector in my office. And still, I was trying to find out, and I was trying to connect with our managing director in SFSC, Madam Darbari, and trying to see what and how the approach adopted by Agriculture Ministry can be linked with the approach being developed by our ministry, my ministry now, MSME. Now, government has, all of you know that the definition of MSME has been changed. Now, any enterprise where there is investment of 50 crore and a turnover of 250 crores will be, termed as MSME. So, there is a lot of opportunity created for investment in the agriculture sector. Now, earlier this investment limit was less, and this also provides an opportunity that we shift to a organized business thinking. Now, how to do that? Dr. Galwai was mentioning about, post-harvest, marketing, aggregation, all those activities. Now, certain activities has to be dealt by the Ministry of Agriculture, and there is schemes under MIDH or, or other schemes under RKVY, etc., like especially in post-harvest management, and aggregation, etc. But after aggregation, certain activity, our other enterprises, if they chip in, the scenario can change. And one of the most important activity is going to have the agri-logistics and the packaging of the produce as per the requirement of the consumer or as per the requirement of the importing country, and you transport in an environment where there is minimum, loss of the produce, and then you reach to the consumer. So in this entire value chain, there are so many business opportunities. Now, Mr. Darbari also spoke about, other secondary, agricultural activity like beekeeping, like floriculture, like, wood making. There are so many other traditional industries, traditional items. Now, MSME has a couple of, schemes where we can supplement the efforts of, the Agriculture Ministry. The one thing is that we have this Shruti scheme. This Shruti is meant for, a small. This is a scheme for fund for the regeneration of traditional industries. So if we have a small production or a small activity in agricultural industries that based on cluster, then our ministry can support. And if it is a bigger, investment required, then we can support under the Common Development Program, and this program is based on cluster development program, where the investment can be as high as up to 20 crores, and our government support is about 80% of the project cost. But we need to adopt a cluster approach. We need to identify people in that cluster, and they have to be able to link to a common processing center and a common platform where they can be linked and helped in marketing. They can be, helped in packaging of their produce, processing of their produce, and to provide quality controls also. And quality control is very essential to get the real price. If consumer knows that this is the price, this is the quality, or say if it is organic produce, and if it is certified either by PGS system or NPOP system, then definitely, consumer is ready to give a higher price. And then, if it is going to give a higher price, then that part of the price increase must flow back to the farmer. So if that component, flowing back, certain share of increase in price is transferred back to the farmers, then it will have a tremendous impact on the lives of the farmer. And it will have a win-win situation for the farming community as well as for the business community and the service providers. So these three things has to be linked together. Then only the entire approach will have a 100% result. Now, I would also like to dwell on certain aspect of that we have certain schemes like interest subvention. Interest subvention, if you are taking some money up to 1 crore for business activity, MSME is taking for business activity, government provides you certain relief in terms of interest that is limited to 2%. Then now the government has come out with a additional capital, working capital requirement to 20%. So all these facilities can be availed by the MSMEs who are in agriculture or dairy sector or fisheries sector. They can easily take it and avail those facilities. We should try to make efforts to bring synergy between all the programs so that there will be having a impact. But to do that, we need to have a cluster approach. Now, Government of India has come out with a policy also saying that one district they will focus on one crop. So, if that crop is available in sufficient quantity of the same quality, then it becomes very easy to process in a most scientific manner. And after processing, if you add the value addition and do the proper marketing, we are bound to succeed. It will require some kind of capacity building, not some kind, it will require an intensive, capacity building, not only of the producers, they are being held by the Agriculture Department or other agencies, but after that, because most of the service providers, they are not aware about the technical requirement of production and post-production systems. And that, creates problem in handling the produce. So it takes little time. If a newcomer wants to come, so they have to understand and realize, study agriculture. Some bit of agriculture has to be studied by them. Then only they will be able to succeed. So once they do that, if that capacity building is done, then that enterprise is likely to succeed more. It will also require some approach like, this modern machinery and modern plants for production and testing. See, there is a success story, when I was, trying to do some ENAM, and ultimately Kerala was brought on the ENAM platform. All the 6 wholesale markets were added. So we were trying to see how to get the fair prices of copra. So if copra is brought to a market and if the auctioning system is taking place, then if you know in advance that what is the oil content of the copra, then probably farmer is likely to get a better price. So if that intervention is made, then farmer will get a better price, but who will do that intervention? This intervention cannot be done by the farmer himself or a group of farmers. It has to be done by some enterprise who is interested in testing, and it will be the model has to be based on a scientific basis, on a business basis. Then only it will work out. And I am sure that farmers are ready to pay if they are sure that they are going to get some additional price. So therefore, there is a need to develop a strong partnership with the farmers, and there is a need to develop trust with the farmers, the trust between the farmers and the service providers, trust between farmers and the processing industry. So if these things are developed, things will have a very positive impact. And I assure that if things are our ministry would be very happy to have a very proactive role in this regard, and will be ready to work with all the stakeholders. So with these, I do not want to prolong, and these are my thoughts, and will be really happy to have such activity with all the stakeholders. And I am happy, and I must thank our GT team to provide me opportunity to connect all of you, and I say thanks all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your kind words. Now, I would like to invite Anthony Desaji for delivering his speech. Hello. Okay, so I would like to request Dr. Kalsi ji to deliver your speech. Anthony ji is not there, it seems.
Morning, everybody. I was listening to my friend Dr. Dalwai, Mrs. Darbari, Mr. D.K. Singh, and then Dr. Padmananji and Ms. Sunita. Now, I'm extremely happy to note that a lot of good work is going on in this area. Now, what we thought in Punjab 4 or 5 years back, most of it has already been put in place in terms of the framework. Now, what I would like to mention, firstly, the agriculture sector, it is the least impacted sector by COVID. So it is in fact kind of a savior for our national economy. So that is a very important factor. I would like to share that Punjab has a total GDP of 6.44 lakh crore, out of which 25% is contributed by agriculture. That makes it around 1.6 lakh crore out of agriculture. And if I see that most of it, more than 50% of it, from the grain production, then some cash crop, horticulture, dairy and milk products, meat, poultry, fisheries, and other allied activities. Now, when I talk about doubling the farmers' income, then I make it 3.2 lakh crore. Now, that is the minimum level which is required. And when I analyze my land holdings, 65% of the farmers, they have less than 4 hectares, which is not really viable for use of large machinery. Now I see that FPO is at the heart of the strategies for doubling the farmers' income. Dr. Dalwai has done much good work in this area, and he has brought so many structural changes in the marketing strategies in the country. So FPOs, they are going to play a very, very important role. Now FPOs will enable development of an ecosystem for both agribusiness as well as agri enterprises. So both these areas are extremely, extremely important. Now I see that FPOs will have to be developed around Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is Make in India strategy of Government of India. And ultimately, I see FPOs converging around various ministries, including agriculture, MSME, consumer affairs, commerce, e-commerce, or even foreign trade.
And
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Banking and finance. So agriculture, MSME, consumer affairs, commerce, e-commerce, foreign trade, banking and finance. Very, very important. Now I see that doubling the farmer income, it has 4 components. Firstly, input and efficiency improvements. Secondly, new agri-business technologies. I call it agriculture 1.0, agriculture 2.0, agriculture 3.0, and agriculture 4.0. Now, whereas in Punjab, now we are right now at 2.0 or maybe say 2.2, we have a long way to go to 3.0 and then 4.0, which is totally IoT based, technology based. So that is the second pillar. The third pillar is food processing, storage, value addition, supply chain, that entire thing. And fourth is the marketing strategies for agri and livestock production. And now it is a question whether each one of them will contribute 25% each, or some will contribute more than the other. So that is a matter of discussion and matter of priorities for different states to set up. Now, what I would like to say, that the major sector of the agri-business should be covered in FPO. It's not only crop husbandry, but also the animal husbandry, dairy development, horticulture, floriculture, and all other cash crops. They should be covered in the FPO. Now in Punjab, we did some early experiment with GT. Padmananji did a lot of good work in 2016 in Punjab. Now, Punjab, as you know, was the pioneer in cooperative sector. But by now, cooperative sector has really gone back. It has gone rogue in many places. It's more of politics than of facilitation. So that time, we as an experiment, we developed 7 FPOs, and all those FPOs did very well. And learning from that, we submitted scheme to Government of India, based on which then Government of India made some changes in the main scheme of the FPO. Now I'm happy to now share that in Punjab, now we have number of farmers producers organization. And we would like to just, I would like to just mention about only one. Now, the basic objective with which we are working in Punjab on FPOs is intensify and diversify the market-led production, increase production and profitability of the farmers, then improve farmers' access to the market by promoting all the alternate markets. And we are also concentrating on, rather GT team, it has conducted training and capacity building sessions, training of the promoters by the GT team on statutory compliances like Udyog, Aadhaar, and FSSAI, and all that. Then GT also assisted in the tie-ups with large food processing firms, both primary produce and then the byproducts, also contract farming and MOU-based direct marketing. So as a case study, now we have a Tungwali Honeybee Producers Cooperative Industrial Society, which is in Bathinda. So recently, a project was sanctioned, 2.67 crores, and it had earlier 1100 members. Now it has more than 1800 members. And earlier they were selling through the commission agents and traders. And now interventions, GT's interventions, it has helped them to sell their products directly to companies like Walmart, Dabur, Himalayas. The daily wages have also gone up from rupees 400 to rupees 600 per day. And state-of-the-art machinery is being installed in that complex. So this is just one small example. Let me mention that in honey, Punjab is processing more honey than it produces, and they were exporting most of the honey. Now, with such kind of clusters coming in, the value will definitely add up. And unless we have all these 4 kinds of intervention, it's not possible to double the income. Now, one of the most important factor here would be the capacity building, awareness and capacity building of not only the farmers, but all the agri-business and agri-entrepreneurs, I would call them. Also, it would need large number of experts from the other areas. Therefore, now is the right time to start courses in the establishment and management of FPOs in the country. So I think Dr. Dalwai, you will be the best person to design those courses. So if you can suggest some courses, say from few weeks to few months, and let all the big universities, they take up those courses online. So I think a large number of people would be benefited. And whatever stuff is coming out of the normal institutions is no good for handling such kind of business. So that is
not allowed.
Thank you so much.
Nahi hai ji.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Beautiful as usual. The inputs are tremendous and something that our team always appreciates. Thank you. Has Anthony Desaji joined? I think Desaji got connection.
No, sir, he is disconnected right now.
Okay, there's some connection issue. What we could do then is, I think Vinod Seshanji is on.
No, sir, we cannot see them too.
Vinod Seshanji has not been able to connect.
No, sir.
No. Then let us have Mio Oka. So, Madam Oka, Director for Environment of the Asian Development Bank. Madam, are you on?
Let's see. Yes,
Not
I
audible?
am.
Yeah. Oh yes, beautiful. Yeah, now it's very very clear. India, we cannot hear each other, but we can hear you very clearly.
Good.
So thank you very much, ma'am. So, Madam, just as an introduction, Madam is introducing several thousand crores worth of projects across India, including a project called Magnet recently in Maharashtra. And these projects are, are focused on agribusiness development with a focus also on business. Yeah. So, Madam, thank you very much. Offer your inputs, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's I don't see you on your screen, but
no, you're perfectly visible.
Okay, that's great. Okay, yeah. It's my privilege to join you today, especially along with our dear counterparts from many parts of India. Thank you so much for inviting me to take part in this excellent learning opportunity. I learned so much already. So, as being introduced, my name is Mio Oka from ADB, in charge of agriculture sector in South Asia. Today, I'd like to very quickly share with you ADB strategies and my observations regarding agribusiness in India. So as you may be aware, this is about ADB, that ADB published a long-term strategy. We call it as Strategy 2030 in 2018. That highlights the importance of agriculture sector, particularly food security and poverty reduction. And also in India, we have a country partnership strategy. And it has 3 pillars of boosting economic growth through expansion of infrastructure and improving infrastructure bottlenecks and services in lagging regions, and addressing environmental degradation, including the impact of climate change. So in practice, those are the theories and policies behind us. So in practice, what we do, in particular in India, is first, to showcase innovations, in particular in irrigation modernization, and promote the water use efficiency improvement, and sustainable operation maintenance, including through the use of PPPs. You know, in India, a lot of people do not pay for water, but water resources are limited, and we need to use less water, and also the constructed facilities need to be maintained well so that farmers will have continued access to water. Water resources really limited. So we have an ongoing Madhya Pradesh irrigation efficiency improvement project that attempts to develop new automated pressurized irrigation system to cover 124,000 hectares, and uses design, build, operate contracting to ensure operation maintenance. What I mean is, normally we build a very expensive facility, open canal that uses a lot of water, and that used to be maintained by the local water user association or the community. But that model didn't work. So what we want to do is a low cost, more water efficient, and have that operated and maintained by private sector. And we try to get the water user fee from the farmers because they start to grow high value crops. That's what we started to try in Madhya Pradesh. And second is, as many other speakers mentioned, is to develop value chain by forming farmer producer organizations or the companies. And it's important to motivate the private sector to invest in agribusiness and value chain networks. We focus on certain commodities. I'm not so sure this is in line with what you talk about, the cluster approach. So if we decided to do any of this agri-value chain project, first we do a market study to identify potential crops and the potential FPOs and the potential private sector partners to work with. And then based on the selection of about 5 to 8 crops, we assist FPOs. So we do this kind of assistance in Andhra. But in Andhra Pradesh, we use a lot of IT technologies so that farmers can get information about the price, about the about the kind of crops and where they can sow and so forth. And also in Himachal, we try to newly introduce subtropical crops that they have never tested. And also in Maharashtra, as it was mentioned, we launched a large-scale project to support FPOs, particularly on post-harvest practice through capacity building infrastructure and providing financial support. And one unique thing about ADB, and I want to give focus, of course, FPOs need a capacity building, but what do we see as important is providing enabling infrastructure. So particularly markets and rural road. So for example, in Maharashtra, we do this Magnet Agri-business FPO assistance project, but that will come along with the provision of solar power and plus in the provision of rural road, so that definitely their connectivity will be improved. Also through the project, we will upgrade warehouse facilities as well. Sorry. Having heard those, you may think that ADB is not offering anything new or we're not offering a single solution. You may be right. But what we are good at is to listen to you and propose something that can be implemented. Because in the past, we recommended, we have many lessons learned from the past. For example, we recommended private sector to handle everything from production to marketing, never worked. And also we implemented a community-based irrigation project, which worked well. However, we suffered from more than 1,000 contracts. So it took a long years to implement. So we do take those lessons into account. And now what we want to do is we want to turn this COVID pandemic into an opportunity. Of course, COVID brought challenges to enhance efficient direct linkage between farmers and consumers. But it's a good opportunity. So we have to strengthen the linkage, okay? And also, we also need, there's a shift towards digital agriculture and mechanization. And that should be accelerated in the post-COVID era. So this is the area we will look into. So in order for us to directly link consumers and producers, can we use more IT technologies? I know a lot of IT technologies are tested and implemented at the pilot level, but we are here to scale it up. So that's what we need to do. And then lastly, policy reform is important. That's why I keep saying that I want to take COVID-19 as an opportunity. I understand from my previous speakers and also from the government that they have started to release or ease some of old policies. And that will give us an opportunity for this sector to further grow. All right, so I want to keep my remarks short. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me, and all the best. And we look forward to closely working with you in the future. Thank you.
Sir, yours is on mute.
Yeah. Dr. Archie would now be speaking about his interventions in Sudan as an model intervention for agribusiness development.
Okay.
Doctor?
Yes, starting my video. Okay. I would like to express my profound sense of, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, perfectly, Doctor.
Okay, I would like to express my profound sense of gratitude to my good friend Padmanand for giving me this unique opportunity and for being primarily instrumental for my participation at this important event. I would like to pick up two words from the title of the expert group meeting, priorities and interventions, in order to explain the impact and compact made by UNIDO interventions within the framework of the priorities indicated by internally displaced persons in Sudan, and thereby eradicating extreme poverty in 147 villages in the Nuba Mountain region of Sudan. I assumed office as UNIDO representative in 2003. When I landed there, I was totally irrelevant among the UN agencies because 2 million persons were killed and 4 million stranded, like internally displaced persons. All the interventions were humanitarian centric. Even the United Nations Secretary General's special representative once told me, "You UNIDO, why are you here? What be relevant?" Something like that. I was totally irrelevant because our mandate is to foster economically efficient, ecologically friendly, and socially desirable means of production using technologically advanced and ecologically sound means of production. That is using manufacturing as a dynamic force. So I was totally irrelevant. Then I felt enormously incompetent to make interventions within the framework of UNIDO mandate in a conflict-affected country like Sudan. Fortunately, in one region called the Nuba Mountain region, the two factions, fighting factions, signed a peace agreement, and there was not even a single violation of ceasefire agreement for 3 consecutive years. And these people were asking for peace dividend. Peace dividend not in terms of dropping genetically modified American wheat by WFP aircrafts. They were asking for peace dividend in terms of creating sustainable sources of livelihood. So I visited my team. I should be very modest in saying our UNIDO team visited the remote villages of this Nuba Mountain region. We just asked the internally displaced persons who returned to the areas of origin. And what we learned from Sudan is very relevant to the migrants who are now going back to the areas of origin. I just asked them to list their priorities, simple list. And they first listed the priorities like this. We want to own a piece of land, priority number 1. Number 2, we want some assistance from international organizations to improve agricultural productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, and get into some type of semi-processing activities and further processing into final products. We captured a niche there. Oh, there is a role for us to play. Why can't we help them to fabricate improved versions of agricultural implements to increase agricultural productivity? I would kindly at this point request Sujit to show the PowerPoint presentation, the slide, the second slide, please.
Yes.
Please,
Yes.
second slide. Go to the next one. Next one. The typical and the Sudanese village in the Nuba Mountain. Look at this. These are all totally isolated villages. And go to the next one. Yeah. Go to the next one. Please go to the next one. Next slide, please. Sujit, next slide. Okay. This is the small workshop we established, converting the containers into workshop, and we trained the local blacksmiths in fabricating improved versions of agricultural tools. Please go to the next one. Next one. Look at this. This is called Nuba hoe, Nuba plow. It's a traditional one. You see the S-shaped the iron part. This is the only thing we attached, propelled by animal traction, by buffaloes and donkeys. And it improved agricultural productivity by 1,200%. It made a major breakthrough in increasing agricultural productivity. And then please go to the next one. These are all the grassroots innovations we introduced for processing, semi-processing activities. This is to extract the oil from sorghum. And go to the next one. Yeah, now this is to enjoy the joy of increasing agricultural productivity. Please, okay. So please remove the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, off. Now, I just showed you how we made interventions by training the local blacksmiths in fabricating improved agricultural implements and thereby increasing agricultural productivities, and using grassroots innovations for processing, semi-processing activities and for further processing into final products. And it eradicated extreme poverty in 147 villages. For 3 years, nobody wanted to look at UNIDO interventions. When international organizations heard about the impact and compact made by UNIDO interventions, World Bank sent a team. You can Google that document. community-based development projects in Sudan, lessons learned. And it came out the conclusion that what UNIDO does is the best model for post-conflict recovery and development in terms of sensitization, target beneficiaries, tangible impact, local empowerment, and sustainability. Once that report was out, European Union immediately gave us $12 million. Initially, we implemented the project with the aid of Japanese fund, from the Japanese contribution to the UN Trust Fund for Human Security. In this project, we redefined the meaning of security, human security. Human security should be in terms of sustainable sources of livelihood. We demonstrated that. So then to replicate the same, European Union again gave money. And I heard that when I left Sudan, within 3 years, UNIDO could mobilize nearly $36 million from donors just to replicate. The key message is simple improvements and the application of science and technology could make a major breakthrough in the life of the rural population. This is very relevant today. Migrants are going back to the areas of origin. Very few want to stay in the areas of choice. When they go back to the areas of origin, it is quite possible when you ask them to list the priorities, they may say, we want to own a piece of land. We want assistance from international organizations and NGOs to improve agricultural productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, and get into some type of semi-processing activities and further processing into final products. This may happen. So it may be worth reflecting on the impact that we made there. And this is the experience lesson we learned from most African countries. Take the example of oil palm. Palm oil was originally transplanted from West Africa to Malaysia. In West Africa, the tree is still a tragedy. All the commodity, Africa is full of commodity tragedies. Commodity tragedies in the sense that coffee tragedy, cocoa tragedy, palm oil tragedy, because they don't add value. They don't apply science and technology to farming activities and processing activities. In Malaysia, the same tree is a potential source of wealth creation because they apply science and technology. First, efficient farm management. And then they are today producing 83 varieties of disaggregated value-added products based on palm oil. So now Africa is requesting Malaysia to establish palm oil research center in Nairobi. The key message I would like to say is, at least for helping the migrant workers who are moving back to the areas of origin, just to look at all this, help them to be empowered in agribusiness and see to it that we apply science and technology to each aspect of agribusiness development. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Beautiful input as usual. Dr. Rachi is both an economist and a poet. So his sessions are normally very lively and very utilitarian too across the world. We have Dr. Rennie van Berkel, UNIDO representative in India. Dr. Berkel has been has been working with us in several projects, at least in programs. We keep meeting each other in several CIA conferences. UNIDO's interventions in India have been pioneering, and it has been, I should say, game-changing, at least in the field of clustered value chain development. Dr. Berkel, please.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting UNIDO to be part of this. I would like to follow up on the comments just made by the predecessor, my former colleague. So I want to talk more about the innovation capacity and the innovation actions, but I don't want to do that without highlighting again the mandate of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization to contribute to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So it's industrialization.
You have to unmute yourself, Doctor. Yeah.
That works for markets, that works for the environment, that works for people in terms of decent work and related issues. And of course, we see then that we are talking mostly about manufacturing MSMEs, which could be also agro-processing and everything post-farm gate, I would say, in the agribusiness value chain. And we see that small business, small MSMEs are a major contributor to the economy in India. But we also see, and that was already pre-COVID, a number of interrelated weaknesses which are there. One of them is that the access to information on what's the technologies, what's the markets. A second point is related to the innovation capability. So how do small and medium-sized enterprises innovate? Then there are issues related to the internal capability or manufacturing capabilities, lean manufacturing, productivity management, Kaizen and related ones. And then there are issues around the environment that many MSMEs operate in relatively polluted areas. It, of course, has been aggravated by the current impact of the COVID-19. We've done some work on and created a knowledge portal to help businesses build back. So building back business from crisis, B3C, MSME.org, where you can find some of the tips and hints. But I was asked to speak in particular on the notion of innovation and what UNIDO is doing there. So I want to say that basically on the innovation aspect, we have to differentiate between two basic processes, getting new technologies into markets. And one is the process of adding value to the innovation. So making the innovation more valuable to the potential user. And that is where a lot of the current programs are adding. So making the device more energy efficient or more user-friendly or demonstrating other features of it. But there's a second component to it that is making then the innovation attractive for investors to create businesses out of this, startup businesses. And that is more with the traditional kind of accelerator programs. So I want to highlight that two ongoing recently completed initiatives.
Kunal ji, please like to speak.
The Facility for Low Carbon Technology Deployment.
Right, because I'll keep mine for in between.
Which is a project which is aimed at early stage innovations and try to demonstrate new innovations in areas which give significant energy savings and significant greenhouse benefits. So there are three technology verticals in this program so far. So one is waste heat recovery, and one of the innovators is their Prometheum Energy, which has basically installed waste heat recovery at milk chilling centers. So what happens is that the chillers generate waste heat. This waste heat can be used to create hot water to pasteurize the equipment and clean the equipment. And by taking out the waste heat, we actually improve the efficiency of the milk chillers. The other one is vertical is then space conditioning, and there we are doing different things also on cold chain intervention. So InfiCold is working with us on instant milk chilling, which has a backup with phase change material. So even if there's no power shortage, we can instantly chill the milk to 4 degrees, which helps then keep maintaining the milk quality. And then the third vertical in this low carbon technology deployment program is on the pumps and pumping systems. And there, for example, we're working with Guessworks, which is a startup company from Pune, which is producing or manufacturing portable solar-powered pumps, which are used for smallholder irrigation. We can actually be shared in different models. So this is the kind of innovations where we're trying to see what can we demonstrate the innovations and add more value to the final product. That complements work on creating the businesses out of this, and this we have done through what is nicknamed as the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, which was implemented together with the DC MSME earlier on. And then we have focused on innovations which were proven but didn't have a market access. So we worked on helping business plans, introducing to key markets, key sectors, product differentiation, and related areas. So we had some examples for energy. For example, we worked with Science for Society to create a solar convection dryer, which is basically a farm level piece of equipment to industrially dehydrate fruits and vegetables, so that spices also, so that they can be preserved and can be sold in different markets. We have also some innovations in that part which are linked to wells from waste. So there's agricultural waste that was already highlighted in earlier interventions this morning. And on the rice straw, for example, the paddy straw. But we've worked, for example, with Aspartica on extraction of omega-3, which is a high-value chemical from silk reeling waste. So after you take out the silk threads, the waste stays over, and that's rich in omega-3. You can extract it and add that as a nutrachemical to food or to farm feed products. Another one is with the banana trees becoming waste. We have waste banana fiber, which can be used to produce sanitary pads, which has been done by Sachi Innovation from Ahmedabad. Maybe I want also to highlight maybe a bit more of the traditional innovation, that it's on our work on the DDT alternatives to DDT. India's signatory to the Stockholm Convention has to phase out the use of DDT. India is the only country still allowed to manufacture, but this has to be phased out in the next 2-3 years. So we try to develop a range of alternative products that can take over the role of DDT in the vector-borne disease. So we are working with NBRI and with HIL Industries to produce a larvicide which is based on BT. So BT is a microbe from which we can extract chemicals which act as a larvicide for the mosquito. And then we are working on different neem extracted products to produce a larvicide or aldicide or a repellent for mosquitoes. And then last but not least, we have also set up a facility for producing long-lasting insecticidal nets, which are based on a new technology that actually impregnates or co-extrudes the active ingredients in the polyester fiber for the nets. That reduces the exposure and the risks associated with the nets, but also extends the lifetime of the long-lasting insecticidal nets. So these are just a few examples of the work that UNIDO is doing to actually enable MSMEs, both existing MSMEs as well as startups, to innovate and add to the mission of the current government to achieve Make in India. So I can just with this short comments, I have to conclude here, but I would like to refer to maybe this work that we're doing on building back business from crisis, where there's more additional information on what MSMEs can do right now to rebuild their operations, supply chains, manpower. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. Next, we have Ms. Prera Saxena, who is a financial inclusion specialist from the International Finance Corporation. Madam would be speaking about private sector financing, particularly to women enterprises. Please, Prera ji.
Hello. Welcome everybody to the initiatives that IFC is doing, which I would like to share here. Thank you, Grant Thornton team and Padmanabhan ji for inviting me to speak. IFC, as many of you would know, is the private sector arm of World Bank Group. And we have been doing a lot of work with private sector financial institutions to promote financing to SMEs. And of late, our focus has been more on financing SMEs in tier 2, tier 3 cities, in semi-urban rural areas, also on SMEs which are owned and run by women. So that is the theme. And even in the post-COVID scenario, when we are seeing that SMEs are going through a lot of difficulties and financing is looking like difficult to them, we are working with our partner financial institutions to prioritize financing to these SMEs. Most often it is seen that SMEs in the metros and in more well-established industries tend to get more financing, whereas the ones which are run by women or which are in smaller cities do not get enough attention. And for this, we have been giving dedicated credit lines to banks, MFIs, and BFCs. And we have also been nicely nudging them to move towards these areas which are often left unattended. But we often get this question from our partner financial institution as to where are these SMEs, where are these credit-worthy SMEs in these so-called underserved areas where we should be lending to. And that brings us to this question as to how to build a pool of credit-worthy SMEs and how to present a portfolio opportunity to our partner institutions. So what we realize that just giving financing to financial institutions is not enough. It is also important to help them build a potential portfolio. So along with the financing lines, we are doing a lot of capacity building programs for SMEs, which we were doing earlier also, but now in the COVID scenario, it has kind of taken a huge priority for the institution. And I'll be very happy to say that in the last 3 months or so, we have done virtual workshops for SMEs, close to 30 workshops in 7 countries, and we are trying and doing all of these in local languages. We are customizing the content, and the topics sometimes sound very basic to professionals like us, but they are very, very critical for the SMEs when it comes to furthering their businesses. So many times SMEs ask us as to how they can access finance from financial institutions. While they may be very good in running their own enterprises, they do not know how to make a big and very sound business proposal. So we help them with that. We have given them training on how they can strengthen their balance sheets, how they can continue with the smooth cash flows, and how they can present a sound proposal to financial institutions. We've also been giving them a lot of training support on how to have good networking and marketing opportunities, particularly in this scenario when everything has to be done digitally. We are training SMEs on digital sales, on digital marketing, because many SMEs who are in the manufacturing sector may be sitting with a lot of finished products or work in progress products which they are unable to sell now. So in this world, how they can sell digitally, what are the various platforms which are available which they can use and sell their products, that is something we are doing. Another aspect which we feel is often not given enough priority is the sense of leadership to the management team. In this time when everybody is remotely connected, people are working virtually, even though the lockdowns are opening up, but people are worried about their health situations. How do they manage their teams virtually, and how do they stay connected with people who are not so digitally savvy? So it requires a lot of leadership, it requires a lot of human empathy, and how people can emerge as stronger organizations. So we have training programs on that also, which we are doing currently. And these are very, very important, I must say, for women entrepreneurs, because they often tend to get that extra burden of taking care of their families also and doing the household chores also. So their lives are more stressed, and they are relatively more restricted on the time that is available for businesses. So these kind of networking forums or enterprises platforms which can help them connect with each other are looking to be very relevant and helpful. So this is what we are doing. Another important thing which I would like to mention is that even from pre-COVID times, we are trying to graduate the microfinance borrowers to become micro enterprise owners. So many of us know that a lot of MFIs and SHGs have women who have been borrowing successfully and repaying their loans for 7-8 cycles, and they are now in a way requiring loans which can qualify for individual loans. They do not necessarily need to be in group lending scenario, but financial institutions struggle to evaluate them as individual borrowers, because many times these women don't have access to collateral which they can offer to financial institutions. They may not be very savvy borrowers to have a digital account, or they may not be able to pitch their businesses in a way which may sound appealing to financial institutions. So we are working with credit bureaus to develop scoring mechanism basis which women entrepreneurs can get a score based on their financial as well as non-financial performance, and the financial institutions can evaluate whether they are credit worthy or not for an individual loan. So this is I think a very innovative thing which we are trying to do, and will help a lot of women entrepreneurs to become individual business owners in next few years. And many of our partner MFIs and small finance banks are supporting us in this because they themselves have a huge portfolio of women who are in the microfinance sector and who are ready to become micro enterprises. So this is something which IFC is doing along with the World Bank support also. And I'm hoping we will be able to put it up for the industry's knowledge and brainstorming in next few months. And collectively we can bring this to the mainstream lending. So with this, I just wanted to say that in IFC and World Bank, we really feel that financing itself is not enough unless you couple it up with the capacity building support for SMEs. and that is very critical for each and every financial institution to be able to lend to SMEs and develop a strong portfolio. So with that, I would just like to stop here. Over to you, Dr. Padmanabhan. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Prerna ji. The beautiful inputs on financing and for training and online training to SMEs, which we'll hope we could work together on this aggressively across the country and including other countries too. We'll have a discussion offline later on. Now we have from London, Mr. Seshan, who has been heading the Assam Apart project, which is a 2,000 crore World Bank assisted project with tremendous interventions. Seshanji would be speaking more about land reforms that have been introduced in the in Assam. Unfortunately, he was slightly delayed and couldn't join for the inaugural sessions. Seshanji?
Yeah, I'm aware, Padmanabhanji. Hope you are able to hear me.
Very clear. Clear than
Okay.
all of us in India.
Okay, so my a few words will be focused specifically on land reforms. Assam as a state has emerged out of all the insurgency problems and has been very strong in promoting agri-business in the last 10 years. The Apart project headed through Arya Society has been one of the flagship programs of Government of Assam, and it has been funded by World Bank, Government of India, and a lot of financing from the state government itself. One of the highlights during the last 3-4 years has been the frequent promotion of business, and which has been highlighted through something called the ease of business, which Government of India has been promoting, and state government has been passionately succeeding in that. And to that effect, to make it more stronger, it was felt that land reforms was very much necessary to ensure that people who want to set up small businesses are able to do it smoothly. So classification of land was a major problem in Assam, and it was felt that when an agriculturist or somebody wants to sell land or they want to reclassify land for some business purposes, it was not easy. Though it goes against the spirit of conserving agriculture land, but it is also important to remember that there is a need for a balance between land which can be kept for agriculture and land which can be kept for industries. So this reclassification of land was not happening smoothly, and the state government came out with a detailed act to ensure that how it can be smoothly done. So for an example could be an agriculturist who wants to sell his unused land. It's specifically only for the purpose of unused land and not for a regular agriculture land which has been plowed for the last 10 years. So lands which have not been plowed and more or less not used for agriculture purposes are the only ones which are allowed to be reclassified, and that also specifically for certain businesses only, which are going to bring employment and business for the state. So if a person wants to sell, if the land is not reclassified, they don't get the right rates. And the industrialist who wants to buy also has to spend a lot of money in reclassification, going from pillar to post, and takes a long time. There's no time schedule on that. So this was one intervention where the state government came out and was very welcomed by all industries. A lot of people from Farmers Association also welcomed it, because many farmers were not able to transform their land into remunerative measures and raise funds for their agriculture purposes. So that was a important intervention. Second, there's also something called a land mortgage. Often we know that land mortgage is just as simple as giving it to the bank and raising some money or another financial institution. But here what actually happened was, when an industry actually came into Assam, so the industry was not able to raise money because the land which they got from the state government on leasehold, this applies only to industrial clusters, that leasehold land was not allowed to be mortgaged. So there were confusions in that process. So that entire process was streamlined by detailed orders, having detailed consultations with industries. It took about 6 months for the government for conducting those detailed consultations, identifying a list of industries who were having those issues, and finally resolving it. So that was another important intervention the state government did. And third, in line with the Industrial Reclassification Act, which I was saying was used for primarily for wastelands, The government also decided to set up an industrial corridor near Guwahati. So the industrial corridor goes for about 75 odd kilometers. The purpose is to empower people who want to reclassify lands in that corridor without a transaction fees. So this was another intervention which the state government did. So I just thought I will highlight these 3 points on the industrial corridor, the reclassification process, and on the land tenure-based mortgage when it's on leasehold basis. So industries have welcomed this, agricultural associations have also welcomed this, and we hope that as years pass by, we would be able to assess the effectiveness of this. Thank you. Padmananji, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Seshanji. As usual, you had led the Assam revolution. Hope you will return and continue to lead the revolution. Meenakshi ji couldn't join us today. He had to go with the Honorable Minister on a trip. But we hope we could present a recorded film of his. Dekhenge what we can do. Thank you, Seshanji.
Thank you. All the best.
Now we have Kharbanda ji, another very dynamic, revolutionary, I should say, in Punjab. What has not happened in the north in the last several years in terms of common facilities, people coming together, going in for joint action. This has happened, I think, in the last 1 or 2 years under his dynamic leadership. Kharbanda ji, this as a best practice. Yeah, आप audible नहीं है खरबंदा जी. So Kharbanda ji was Secretary Industries and now with for Rural Development. Yeah, please, perfect.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to convey my special thanks to Professor V. Padmanabhan, partner Grant Thornton India LLP, and our chief guest for the today, Dr. Ashok Dhalwai Saab and Shri Devendra Kumar Singh for this webinar on Government of India Agri-business. Basically, I remain as Director Industries and Commerce and Commissioner Industries and Commerce, Government of Punjab earlier. At present, I am holding the rural development side. So basically, I start from because my topic has been given as a common facility center, how the industrialist, can be helped, how, the government can help the industry so that, we commonly grow. So basically, when we say it's a common idiom, but which we learned from at the nursery classes, united we stand and divided we fall. I start working from the basics. When I joined, the Common Facility Center of Government of India policy was going on, but the takers were not interested. They were having a lot of apprehensions, how it will be done, whether it will be fruitful or not. All the consultants and all those people, government also tried to help, but it was not successful. So basically, the bureaucrats can only show the way. Ultimately, it's the industrialist baby. So unless until the bell should ring from inside. So I had, because when I joined, hello, yes. The CFC tally in India was that 127 CFC were sanctioned, and in Punjab it was 1 only. So that was sorry state of affair. So the industries meetings were held. They were, the meetings were held at the districts level. So I asked them, 2 questions. Do you want to earn money? If yes, kindly raise hands. So there were 2 questions: why and how. If their why is clear, yes, they want to earn money, they want to, take help of Government of India, they want to achieve at particular level. So that's their why. How the government is meant for that, the way government is to show, yes, these are the ways, the facilities, all sort of, things, the policies which the government can help. So the industries don't trust officers, they trust the peers. This thing was visualized in Punjab. Seeing is believing. Group formation and cluster formation was going on in Punjab since years together. With change in government, the new government focused on industrialization and industry friendly. So Invest Punjab was created in Punjab. Everything was under one roof. The ease of doing business, the power of CEO, the CEO in Punjab, he's having powers of all the secretaries. So similarly, at the district level, the district collector was having the powers of CEO in district. With this background in Punjab, the campaign of Common Facility Center, it was restarted again, and small meetings were held to gain their confidence. Earlier, they had lost hope. They were saying, CFC, it's not our baby. We can't do. It's somebody else who has taken advantage. It's maybe 15 crore, 20 crore, lots of apprehension them. And the main apprehension among Indians and also among the Punjabis, who will head the CFC? If I am president, I will do. If I am a member, I won't do. So all sort of things, the personal ego, the all sort of things. So cluster formation was not done. If cluster was formed and it was, due to personal egos or all those things, it was not materialized. And Grant Thornton, I must say, they had played a very vital role for the formation of CFCs in Punjab. They had other consultants also there, but Grant Thornton played a very vital role, and we acted together. And from one cluster sanction, and in a matter of time of 1 year, it was 25 clusters was sanctioned in that 12 months. So basically, the spirit behind was that the policy of Government of India was excellent, but ultimately it's a family sort of atmosphere has to be created among the industrialists. They have to be taken in confidence, and they are to be requested that shed their egos for becoming the president of CFC or all those of things. They should focus. Yes, they want to earn money for them, for their family, for the trade, for the industry, for the district, for the state of Punjab, and for India. So that spirit, if comes in any industrialist, only then the CFC can be successful. Why I'm telling you all these things? Because the process is very clear. Okay, how to do formation of clusters, but the why is very important. Because when the reason fails, the cluster formation is broken. So that's why I focused on the why, the reason why the cluster should be there. Because if the one person, one industrialist can't afford a 15 crore, 10 crore machine, because when the Government of India helps, it supports, then commonly united we stand and divided we fall. That's the basic things why I'm saying all these things. So what happened finally, then we from the tally of one cluster, which were earlier in matter of 12 to 14 months, we have made 25 common facility centers in Punjab, and 7 were sanctioned, and still 20 at final stage. So things started percolating, and earlier we were having Mohali high tech cluster that was basically used for sentry fittings. They were having 100 cluster members, annual sale of 224 crore they were giving, and state government gave industrial plot at reserve price also, and in 1 year the annual turnover increased from 225 crore to 400 crore. There are a lot of expectations among industrialists when that they expect from what the government gives to them. So similarly, a very successful success story regarding the oil expeller, CFC, because in India about 67% of oil expeller machines, they were manufactured in Ludhiana, and then Ludhiana is a industrialist town of Punjab. So 67% of oil expellers were already manufacturing in Punjab, but they were in spite of a lot of competition, they were not individually, they were not in a position to run the show, because the machinery, the high-tech things, all were very expensive. Then we are thankful to Government of India, and by this wonderful policy of this Common Facility Center, we had a meeting with those members. They were about turnover having a 300 crore turnover, and they were already employment generation of 4,000. So they were brought together under one roof. Their cluster was formed, and finally, in matter of about 8 to 10 months, the project was sanctioned. Now it's going on, first installment, second and third installment, and it all happened because of the a wonderful scheme of Government of India and Government of Punjab is already there. We had offered them 10% share also, concessional land price also at concessional rate. So basically, the confidence was generated for the industrialist, and all these things mattered, and ultimately it was through. And similarly, I must convey that when it's basically seeing is believing. The industrialist in Punjab, they had almost lost hope. Yes, whether the CFC will be possible. They were taken to the two other states which were doing very well, like Tamil Nadu, like Andhra, like other states were doing very well, because it's a basically the states which were excelling, those projects has to be seen. So I personally took them, all the industrialists which were having oil expellers field or maybe another cutting tools, they were taken to this any success story of a particular state. When they saw with their own eyes that same industrialists, same persons doing the same hard work were earning much more than that, then we can also do. So जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं भला उसकी कमीज मेरी कमीज से सफेद क्यों, that type of feeling was created among them. अगर क्योंकि जैसे बच्चे में होता है कि उसके मार्क्स मेरे से ज्यादा क्यों आए, कि अगर आई एम इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट कि इफ वही पसीना वही ब्लड का जो रंग है वो मेरा भी रेड है, तमिलनाडु वाले बंदे का वो बंदा इतनी मेहनत करके, if he is earning, why can't I? So my duty was to create that enthusiasm among the industrialists of Punjab, and to a greater extent it was created. And then one after the other, lots of CFCs were successful. It was sanctioned, and the state government did a marvelous role. The Punjab government offered concessional rate land prices and contribution also, and ultimately Government of India sanctioned. So I think I have been given signal of I exceeded my time limit. So I am so thankful to this platform that this Government of India Agri-business MSME development platform, and especially I am thankful to Mr. Padmanabhan, who had given me this opportunity to share my few experiences. Ultimately, I will say why and how and why has to be created among the industrialists, among any group to be successful. So this was a little success story, a little effort which I had attempted, and maybe some sort of problems had to be knitted. So it's an ongoing process. To err is human. We will plug again. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Srinivasan sir to give his input.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all of you. I am Srinivasan, former Chief General Manager, NABARD. I would like to share with you the major interventions undertaken by NABARD in the case of agribusiness development, and also the best practices and learnings. As you all know, even earlier our MD SFSC was talking about the role of NABARD in promotion of farmers producer organizations. The earlier speakers have covered in detail the various aspects relating to the issues and the necessary strategies for forming of farmers producer organizations. I would like to share here the interventions of NABARD which we can proudly claim as best practices. The first one being stakeholders collaboration. Here, since it's being a huge task, we are very particular to work in tandem with the relevant central government and state government departments, community-based organization, bankers, agriculture universities and research institutions, and other resource support agencies. That I would say is the best practice. Second one I would talk about is building people's institutions. Here, aggregation of farmers, since they are small farmers having very small land holding where the production after their consumption is very less. What is important is they should come together, and also it is important that they should be told the need for it. There should be a felt need among the small farmers and agriculturists to come together so that they will be able to jointly attend to their issues. And the third best practice which we have been following is investment in human capital. Here what is most important is there should be proper continuous training and hand-holding and capacity building for all the stakeholders, right from the government officers to the community-based organizations, to the farmers, to the CEOs, to the board members of the FPOs, to the bankers, and also to the members of the FPO, so that the felt need will be there among all the stakeholders to realize the ultimate aim of achieving the agro-business development. The fourth one is integrated end-to-end solution. Here, what is important is for the farmers is pre-production, like input supply, probably technology transfer, and also quality consciousness during the production stage, what is to be produced, how it has to be produced, how agriculture universities and KVKs can support you with the latest technology lab to land. And the next one is once the production is done, the storage part of it, transportation part of it, then primary processing, which our Dr. Ashok Dalwai was telling in detail, primary processing, then the question of final processing, value addition, and then ensuring that the farmer is able to get a good price for his produce. The other components here which have to be ensured are adequate and timely credit, wherever available, insurance facilities, so that end-to-end solution will be there. The next one is about having awareness about the climate change vulnerabilities. This in fact we have done it in collaboration with the KFW in Kerala. The project is called KFW Soil Project, where we are trying to reach to the farmers and ask them in the last 20-30 years, what has been the drastic change you have seen in the climate pattern, how it has affected your livelihood, your production, your soil, availability of water, the other areas. So awareness creation about the climate change vulnerability and preparing them to face in future the excess heat and also water non-availability, and accordingly going in for necessary changes in the cropping pattern or in the way they are going to produce the crop. The next one is about emphasis on soil and water conservation measures. For example, in NABARD, we are doing tribal development project, water development project, and also I told you about KFW soil project, where irrigation facility to be ensured and the soil were to be tested, and then they will go for the right crop for the right soil, and also follow probably if need to be the water conservation measures like drip irrigation. The next one will be about NABARD in collaboration with the central government and state government. We are creating rural infrastructure. The effort here is to do risk proofing for the farmers. Before the bankers come to finance, there should be necessary enabling environment, something like we will be creating the necessary infrastructure. We call it as public investment in infrastructure. NABARD is having a lot of funds. You may be knowing about Rural Infrastructure Fund, Warehouse Infrastructure Fund, Food Processing Fund. Like that recently, Government of India, they have introduced other Agri Infrastructure Fund, Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure Fund, Agri Marketing Infrastructure Fund, Micro Irrigation Fund, Long-Term Irrigation Fund. Numerous programs are there. And NABARD is the nodal agency for implementing these projects in collaboration with the central government and state government. That is one success story I can talk about. The next one is, most important thing being a banker is timely availability of credit. The biggest issue which we are seeing is FPO, they are not having enough either credit or not able to get working capital or long-term capital from the banks. So we are trying to work out with the state government. In some other states, we have signed MOUs also. NABARD is having one subsidiary by name NAPKISAN, where we are trying to come out with not only credit, but also credit guarantee fund, so that the bankers will come forward to lend. In addition to this, issuing of Kisan credit card, earlier speakers, they have talked about saturation of KCC for the animal husbandry sector, extending the interest subvention facility to the farmers so that credit will be available at lesser interest rate. These are some of the initiatives of NABARD. More than that, financial inclusion. Earlier also from IFC and other institutions, they were talking about financial inclusion in a country like India. We have financial inclusion fund in NABARD, where we are trying to extend the benefit of JAM Trinity. 1 billion Jandan accounts, 1 billion Aadhaar cards, and 1 billion mobile sets are available to link them, so that every household in the villages should be linked either by the bank or by the business correspondent model. That's also we are tweaking. The next one is, I'll talk about is, recently government has come out with the legislation for APMC Act, Contract Farming Act, and Essential Commodities Act. We hope that contract farming, tenant farming, and also direct marketing will be possible. NABARD is supporting setting up of rural hearts in villages, rural marts for the FPOs we are supporting. And the last one, our success story is best practices is going in for crop diversification depending on the necessity. These are the major interventions and best practices. Before I conclude, I wanted some of the learnings which I wanted to share is need for consistent and continuous capacity building for all stakeholders is one big learning, where there is shortage of funds is there. NABARD is having PODF, Producer Organization Development Fund. We are supporting already around 2,500 FPOs have been formed throughout the country. We have developed a portal. We do rating of the FPOs, so the bankers will know before crediting them, extending credit to them, what is the status of the FPO. The second one is finding it extremely difficult to ensure regulatory compliance. That's one learning where there is a lot of requirement is necessary. MD SFSC, she was in fact talking about they are coming out with the National Project Management Agency that will definitely work. She was telling about CBBO also, cluster-based business organizations where legal aid, accountancy, and also companies act. This support is the one learning. The third one is conducting scoping study. This, in fact, Grant Thornton is doing an excellent job where we are trying to assess the potential in each sector, each product, and each state, how many FPOs can be formed so that we can approach it in a strategic way, and also coming out with training and identification of potential poppies, producer organization promoting institutions. We will train them so that through them we will be forming the producer organization and companies. Next one is, I would talk about the need for exposure visit. Seeing is believing for the farmers. So we insist before we form the FPO or after it is formed, taking them to another FPO where they'll be able to interact. Cross learnings will be there. And the last one I will talk about is, this is an excellent avenue for creation of employment in the rural areas, which will help them now. Reverse migration is happening, reverse migration, to help them to get employment in the rural areas itself, to attracting youth in agriculture. We find FPOs to be the best model. So NABARD is working in tandem and closely with the bankers, government departments, community-based organizations, and other institutions like Grant Thornton for extending the benefit of producer organization, producer companies to the farming community. Before I conclude, I wanted to thank Grant Thornton for the opportunity and also congratulate them for coming out with an excellent webinar involving so many stakeholders from different sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Now, I would like to request Srimati Chitra Alai, Regional Manager, SIDBI, Chennai. Ma'am, you are there online? Chitra ma'am, you are there? Okay, I don't think she's online. So now I would like to request Dr. Sangeeta Ladda, Vice President, Jain Irrigation Systems. Ma'am, over to you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Sujit ji, and it's great to be a part of a very esteemed panelist, a galaxy of speakers out here today. I'm representing one of the largest organization in irrigation and water management and in food processing, as everybody knows very well, Jain Irrigation, which has been set up on the core principle of more crop per drop, which is also a national mission, which means more crop means higher productivity with lower inputs, and in a very simple, lucid way, it defines water productivity, which also means resource use efficiency. I shall be reflecting my views on two crucial sectors. One is irrigation and studying the case studies on integrated value chain management, which Dr. Dalwai also mentioned in the morning. Post-COVID, there is a high consciousness on immunity, hygiene, sanitation, and there's a need for clean production of food, traceability, contactless packaging, distribution, and all. So all this calls for transformation of the traditional or existing food supply chains to a value chain approach, which means in order to meet the aspirations of these changing customer demands, a food processor has to be involved in all aspects of production, pre and post-production activities, right from sowing to harvesting and implementation of good agricultural practices, phytosanitary standards on the ground. And as such, need to have a residue fruit product also, because if you are into exports. Friends, we ventured into onion dehydration and setting up a 100% export-oriented unit almost 2 decades back. And we as an organization have been working on this value chain approach since 2 decades. We are almost processing 2 lakh metric tons of onion and are directly connected with 6,500 farmers covering 11,000 acres in 8 districts of Maharashtra, near Jalgaon. We were required to take up the breeding of onion seeds because we wanted to have a particular sort of seed which has got high Brix content, and take up entire technological intervention of irrigation, fertigation, even come out with low-cost onion sowing machineries, and work on a value chain approach in order to meet also the various quality certification of food safety norms which were demanded by our overseas customers. So in a way, unless and until we have on ground a good amount of technical staff, and unless and until we are connected with so many farmers, because every farmer today is Jain GAP certified. So it has been a very Herculean task to really manage a huge plethora of farmers. And like Mr. Srinivasan mentioned, of late, since with the clusters, so many things are coming up, like capacity building, exposure visits and all this we were required to take up as a private company. I'm sure that with this particular new policies in place, it shall be of great help to organizations like us who want to scale up the organization, who want to scale up the operations. Because today we are connected with 6,000 farmers. We want to go ahead with almost 20,000 farmers in case of onion. On similar lines, in case of mango, we are suppliers of mango pulp to Coca-Cola and various such multinationals. We are almost processing 1.5 lakh metric tons of mango. And at the moment, we are working in Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh with 10,000 acres, connected with almost 2,000 growers. But in coming time, we want to scale up to 25,000 acres and 10,000 farmers in coming next 5 years' time. And here also, we are involved in promotion of ultra high density plantations, now coming out with the entire package of practices, hand-holding the customers in various aspects. On similar lines, we are also coming up with another orange processing unit in Nagpur, wherein we are connected with 5,000 orange growers. There also again the similar value chain approach principle goes on. We are also one of the largest into tissue culture, banana tissue culture production and distribution. Now, since Jalgaon was not a banana belt, and today it is India's largest banana belt. So we also took up exports of banana and processing of banana puree, spices, strawberry, jamun, jackfruit, which is an alternative to meat. But with all these things, there's a good amount of interaction with you need to have technology in place, you need to have a huge manpower, capacity building, and not only that, even the waste processing, a circular economy, because of biogasification of the waste of the banana, mango, onion skins and all, production of energy for running of cold storages, and making of fertilizers from the waste of this food waste, and also supply of these fertilizers to the farmers. So it is very imperative that farmer producer organization and cluster farming are connected with corporates like us, so that we scale up our operations, and such capacity building and all these other technological handholding is taken up by the FPOs directly on their own, and we get the produce as required. So this was on the value chain part, but most important, as like Madam Neo also mentioned, on the irrigation front, because irrigation today, 5 years down the line, I'm sure everybody is talking about greatest water use efficiency and agriculture consuming 70% water, but in India it is 90%. And between 5 years down the line, between 2025 to 2050, we are reaching to a situation wherein water demand shall surpass availability, and the country is staring at a water apocalypse, because our per capita water availability has already dropped down below 1700 cubic meter, and the demand for water is increasing, and we are approaching from being a highly water stressed to a water scarce level, because per capita going below 1000 cubic meter. Now, water and agriculture are intricately linked, and the water crisis directly affects the agriculture productivity, leading to instability, migrations, and directly affecting the economic prosperity, and always is an escalating challenge for any business. And on the other hand, we have 110 years of monsoon average, talking about 850 mm, almost 72% of our geographical area receiving precipitation above 750 mm. Then the obvious question is, why is our country so water stressed, and why are we glaring at a water catastrophe when a country like us has an average rain, or when a country like Israel has a range of hardly 100 mm to 500 mm. So the reason is that we are water stress is not on account of quantum of water available, but the management. And this demands a remarkable transformation, a tectonic shift in our approach from productivity in terms of talking from yield per hectare to yield per cubic meter of water. And at the end of the day, resource use efficiency and focus on irrigating the crop rather than the land. The target of doubling farmers' income and achieving food security, water, energy security is possible mainly with precision farming and with micro irrigation and with more crop control. So as this is the only technology which has proven to be leading to 30-40% increase in yields, 80% saving in water, and thereby in energy also. Apart from other benefits as massive saving in pesticides, fertilizers, and in real sense doubling farmers' income. So post-COVID, we are likely to have the farm sector is likely to face a good amount of labor shortage, and we are required to shift to smart farming techniques, that is mechanization, enabling growers to control farm operations in real time from their smartphones, from remote location, with limited resources, and promotion of decision support system, automation, remote sensing, artificial intelligence, IoT node. And the basic thing for all this is a micro irrigation. So we need to shift to systems which are economically viable, technically feasible, environmentally sustainable, and socially adaptable, and bring a larger area under more crop control. With this, my take is go ahead with notifications for sugarcane, that a good amount of sugarcane is still under flood irrigation. We need to have notifications like Maharashtra for having sugarcane compulsory with drip irrigation. Even major crops like today, rice is also being cultivated with drip irrigation. There's no need of any standing water for rice. And if rice could be done with drip, there's nothing which cannot be done on drip irrigation. So the way forward is agriculture value management and precision farming. That's all. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your inputs. Now, I would like to request Dr. Suhas Budeji, Vice President, Vidarbha Industries Association. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, GD, for giving this opportunity to talk to you and talk to the experts. We at VIA, we recently started 3-4 years back, started this food cell where one of my colleagues would be also speaking in this webinar. Essentially, our ecosystem has 3 CFCs which are really approved by MSC, CDP. One is a dal mill cluster, and at VI we are trying to promote the cluster-based approach in the food processing industry. And also we think that most of the commodities which are sold here are like, they are sold like a commodity. So we are trying to sensitize the processor for the value addition. And can you create a common brand for them, which can fetch greater value for them? So we are trying this with our members. Especially, we are trying to create the value chain. We are trying to even understand the value chain challenges in the 3 GIs which are here. One is everybody knows of the Nagpur oranges. The second is Vaigao turmeric, and third is Durgapur chilies. So we are trying with our members to talk to the processors to create value chain. Recently, last year, we did 2 programs. One is a conference with GT, and another was a food show. So we really wanted to have this food show as a regular events in Nagpur, where we not only sensitize farmers but also sensitize the processor that what are the opportunities to do the backward and forward integration. So that's from my side. One of my colleague Arun would be speaking about our company's initiative in the sustainable agriculture side. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Sri Ravi Shankar Nadarajan, consultant to the World Bank. Ravi, sir. Ravi, sir, you are there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. And is the PPT on now? I can't see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please proceed. Yeah.
Can people see my PPT or?
Yeah, we can share.
Is it visible or do you want me to share my screen? Hello? I can share it if you want.
Please share your screen.
Can it be seen now?
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Okay. I would actually be speaking on the e-markets and the FPOs. I just
live meeting
someone speaking here. Can I continue?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay. I just did an analysis of the the auction mandi, the way they function and what is the economic value these markets offer. So what you see here is a table on your left, which talks about for cotton and paddy. This data pertains to a single day trade. Data pertains to a single day's information on 2 commodities in Sirsa Mandi sometime in 2017. So you see here what is the number of lots traded on that particular day. It's 159 in cotton and 101 in paddy. Number of price points was 57, and the maximum mean and all that is given there. The point I want to drive home here is that if you look at the number of lots that were sold within 1% of the mean is about 46%, and 2% is about 47%. So about over 80% of the lots are staying within about couple of percentage of the mean, which means that the quality is not so very different for each of the lots which are coming to the market, and which actually is the justification given by the mandis for getting each and every lot to the market and to determine the price lot wise. So that's a very inefficient kind of a way. And if you look at the price difference, the maximum difference is about 370 rupees a quintal if you're taking about 1% swing. And so if that 370 rupees is on the basis of total realization, it's not per quintal, it's on the basis of total realization, can average lot of 4 quintals in the case of cotton and about 7 in the case of without having to get the entire thing into the mandi. You know how difficult it gets. The situation is so chaotic, and this is a very unique kind of way of delivering first and the price being discovered later on. So our honorable finance minister talked about the agricultural market being different in the sense that only licensed people can buy the product, but there are a lot many more things which are quite different, which are putting the farmer at a disadvantage. In addition to this, if you look at it, every farmer brings the material from about 50 to 70 kilometers from the farm, and this short lead transportation is fairly expensive. And after the so-called auction is done, then it moves to the buyer location, which again means another short lead dispatch, or maybe in some cases to far off location. So overall, I think it's a very inefficient supply chain management process, and not to speak about the huge infrastructure and the choking vehicular situation there. An electronic market is the option, and I think that will be the USP that the farmers will find, that one doesn't have to come to the mandi, waste the whole day there, they're looking for price. So the market can be brought to the doorsteps of the farmer. But then this is not going to happen unless they realize the need to change, and the change which can deliver the benefits. They need to move towards, strictly offering graded material for the market rather than, bunching up everything and then bringing it together. But obviously that doesn't seem to be the situation either, because looking at the price difference of maximum of 2% for 90% of the lots, obviously there isn't a big difference in the quality that is being brought in. But all said and done, if you're looking at trading on an e-platform where the description is the basis of buying and selling and not the physical inspections, it becomes all the more necessary for the farmers to understand the need for quality graded material to be put on the market. And the next thing is not to rush to the market immediately on harvest. That only depresses prices. And if I don't go to the market, what else do I do? Is to basically clean grade and store it at the closest location from the village. And while loan today, there is plenty of it available. Many speakers have talked about it. And the government of India is also driving. So the farmers have to understand the need for aggregating themselves through FPOs or FPCs, and to achieve this, they need to kind of take the advantages of the government of India scheme, which the Honorable Finance Minister announced, almost about 1 lakh crore, if I'm not mistaken, to develop last mile storages. And these storage locations, if they are going to be holding clean graded material, then it becomes very easy to connect them on the electronic market, and the sale can happen. So in this process, of course, the FPOs also need to skill themselves better in terms of upkeep of the material which is stored there, and to avoid costs and hiring, the collateral management agencies, and a lot of money will go away in that itself. And then the use of technology for cost-effective digital controls like IoT devices and surveillance systems, so that the people who are financing the stock and ensuring them are comfortable in terms of this security of the material which is lying there in remote locations. We are talking about locations which are very remote and of capacities of probably 2,000 to 5,000 metric tons, which are pretty small grounds. And aside this, I believe the FPOs can play a very pivotal role in market intelligence. One of the major issues which we face in India is a lack of production planning. All the market intelligence that is available is basically like a newspaper, and it's just reporting information. There is hardly any decision support value to the farmers. So a system where there could be a real-time exchange of information through the FPOs, which are kind of representing a large set of farmers on a sample basis, it is possible to moderate the area which comes under different crops. Thereby what you do is you don't come and look at a situation where a huge amount has got planted into a crop based on some previous year's prices. And you can moderate the area which comes under different crops, and ensure that when the crop is harvested, you're not going to be, struggling to manage whatever comes in, or manage some deficiency or too much stock coming in. So I think FPOs as an institution, together with the CBOs, definitely can play a positive role in this. Then the big USP for electronic market is first the price and next the delivery, and you can't ask for anything more. And the farmers, I think, should cooperate and lap it up. The path for change is ready. The government of India is really, pushing hard in terms of the electronic market. I guess it should be, it's up to the farmers now to see how they can use this to their best advantage. And lastly, to talk about the commission agents, but I don't think they are going to be left out of the race. We have seen any number of industries change their processes because of the technology, and the technology-driven changes haven't pushed out people out of business. Only thing they have done is they have reinvented their business models and the role they play, and which is what will happen in the case of commission agents as well. And they could get into offering value-added services and maybe even go into processing and things like that. Their domain knowledge and their investment capabilities are of immense value to the system. So I think it's time that things change, and FPOs became greatest centers of activity to represent the interests of the farmers and take care of the business. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ravi Shankar ji. Beautiful session. Ravi Shankar ji is also working as our expert for our ADB, many of our ADB projects. So thank you. What we now have Shri Jay Kumar Gaurav from the GIZ, who's serving as technical advisor there, would be focusing on climate change in the context of the MSME sector again. Gaurav ji.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to Grant Thornton and organizers for inviting me. Would somebody upload my presentation? I've already shared it with the team. Yes, thank you. So today I'll be talking about the climate change adaptation related opportunities for the MSME sector in India. And I'll try to link it with the agribusiness MSME in particular. As you all know that, maybe we can move to the next slide. So as you all know that climate change is happening, and it's having all types of impacts on different sectors, and MSME sector and particularly agriculture sector is very vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. There are two ways in which climate change impacts us. One is the slow onset events, like the sea level is rising, the temperature is increasing, which is particularly relevant for the agriculture sector and the MSME sector in India. Ocean acidification, which has implications for fishing sector in particular, and glacial retreat, which will have implications for freshwater availability, because a lot of our agriculture is dependent on these perennial rivers like Ganga, which depend on the glaciers for water availability in the dry season. Salinization is going to be a big problem in the coastal districts in particular, where agriculture will become very difficult because the soil will get more and more salinized. Land and forest degradation is also happening at a very fast pace, and it's being accelerated because of climate change. And this has implications for biodiversity, and then for communities that depend on forest products for a living. And then desertification has other implications. And then in addition to these slow onset events, there are these rapid onset events, which are like disasters, which strike you or anyone very suddenly and cause tremendous losses. So we recently had cyclones in West Bengal, Odisha, and we have so many frequent floods happening in different parts of the country. There are places which have floods and droughts both in a single year, and therefore these are, although these extreme events were existing before the problem of climate change came up, but because of climate change, the frequency and intensity of these events are going to increase, and that's proven by science. And therefore, we need to adapt to these adverse impacts of climate change, and particularly for the agriculture and MSME sector, it's very important, because as you see in the image on the right-hand side, there is climate change risk, but there is this factor of vulnerability and exposure. So vulnerability is that how susceptible we are to getting adversely impacted because of any of these changes. So if you are living in an air conditioned environment, you might not be so bothered about rising temperatures. But if you're just using fan or you don't have access to even fans, then it will be a big risk to you. There could be a heat stroke and even death. So this is the dynamics that climate change is having, where people who have low resources, limited access to resources, who have higher vulnerability, are going to face more challenges due to climate change. So as it is said that climate change is like, the climate change is a challenge for everyone, but for some it's a bigger challenge. Next slide, please. Yeah, so for the MSME sector and in this scenario, even the agricultural sector, there are two ways that which climate change impacts. One is the direct impact. So if you're an MSME enterprise, you have physical assets, you have machinery, and suppose you get a flood in your district, then your machinery gets damaged. For working conditions of your employees, if they are constantly getting higher temperature conditions, or if they are getting their houses are getting flooded, it has a direct impact on your business. And then there is indirect impact, where your supply chain, suppose if you're a textile company dependent on cotton, and cotton producers getting impacted because of climate change. If you're a tea processor and your tea supply is getting impacted, then your factory which is processing tea will be shut if the situation continues. So these direct and indirect impacts are something that we'll have to consider going forward for agriculture and MSME sector in particular. And these are the drivers, like there's a warming trend, there's high temperature events, there's extreme precipitation events, there's changes in precipitation. So areas where you were having a certain periodicity of rainfall, now that periodicity is completely gone and the rain-fed agriculture is suffering mostly. Then you have cyclones, sea level rise, and other challenges. So in the context of climate change, we have the people and knowledge, they have to come together to address the challenge of climate change. And therefore this diagram on the right shows that what are the steps that you can take for your adaptation planning. So you know these are the changes that are going to happen because of climate change. Now what should I do as an enterprise, as a farmer, to address those challenges? And this is where a lot of capacity building, awareness creation, and knowledge and science support is required, which GIZ is involved in different states of India. Next slide, please. Now we just talk about the types of adaptation options. So many people would say that we are already having so many challenges in our lives, and then there is new challenge of climate change. Why should we devote resources, and how do we rationalize that we have limited resources and there are so many challenges? Then why to address climate change adaptation first? So in this scenario, we have this analysis where there could be some no regret options. For example, increasing water efficiency. The representative from Jain Irrigation also talked about it. You're anyway going to face water scarcity problem, and that will be exacerbated by climate change. So why not focus on increasing water efficiency? It's a no regret option for agriculture sector and for many MSME in India. Then there are low regret options like green walls, in controlling the building temperature, creating measures for saving the rainfall in the vicinity or in the compound of the MSME unit. And these are also low regret. You will have some expenses. It will help you save on your energy cost. It will help you have a better working environment. And then even if the climate change impact is not that extreme, your investment will not go completely without any benefits. Then there are win-win options. I really like the presentation where these common facilitation centers were talked about. Even for addressing climate change issues, there's a need for MSME sector and the agriculture sector to come together and have some joint options like joint water reservoir creation and other similar activities where the community comes together and tries to address the common problem of climate change that is impacting them. Then there is flexible and adaptive management, which looks at how the changes are coming for an MSME or for the agriculture sector, and change your adaptation strategies and options accordingly. Next slide, please. So this is a GIZ study in 2013, which looks at impact of climate change in 2 companies. One is a food processing unit in Ahmedabad, and the other one is a chemical unit in Faridabad. It looks at what is the impact on building infrastructure, and then it suggests that, okay, you can improve the water sources that are being used at the food processing unit, because food processing uses a lot of water. And then for the chemical industry, it is suggested that there's a risk of flooding in the area, and you should make your machinery safe from floods by maybe putting it at a higher level, where you're expecting that, okay, flood water can reach 0.5 meter, so my machinery should be 0.5 meter above the ground level. Then at the processing level also, water recycling system and avoidance of leakage has been suggested. So every enterprise has to look at different steps that they are having in their value chain and what could be the climate change impact on that step, and then think of what could be an adaptation measure. Of course, there could be some expert input required, and therefore there is this capacity building gap in the climate change sector in particular, which needs to be filled up. So I would not go into complete details, but maybe this logistics and stock, there has been a lot of emphasis on avoiding food wastage by different speakers. And here, you know, this building heat resistant roof for storage for the food processing industry is so critical, because we are losing value because of degradation or spoilage of food, because our storage infrastructure is not adequate. And then collaboration with community, improving linkages with market and access to finance is very important for good adaptation measures. Next slide, please. So there is one aspect of, okay, I have a certain business, and how climate change is going to impact my business, and how do I save my business from climate change, adverse impacts of climate change. And the next level is, how can I get into a new business area or get a new business opportunity because of climate change. And these are just some of the examples that are like business opportunities arising because of climate change. For example, more efficient water use, improving roof and working environment insulation, so that extreme heat, extreme cold kind of conditions don't impact the staff. Then new construction material, which is more resistant to extreme weather events. New financial products are required. Green cooling is coming up in a very big manner, because you can see the temperatures are increasing, the working conditions are not good. So you need some kind of low cost and efficient cooling systems, and it could be provided as a product as well as a service. There could be companies that provide green cooling services through a centralized like district cooling kind of system. Agri-tech, there have been so many mentions of how technological interventions in the agriculture sector are required to improve efficiency and increase productivity. And of course, resource efficiency, because resources are getting more and more scarce because of adverse impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. Now I just talk about 2 examples, one from Europe and one from Kenya, where the government, or basically in this case the European Commission and the European Investment Bank, has come together to form a facility which provides financing for adaptation. So there is NCCF, Natural Capital Finance Facility in Europe, which is funded by the European Investment Bank and the European Commission. It provides loans which are like small value loans for having for supporting adaptation activities as well as biodiversity conservation activities. And they provided euro 15 million for a Croatian bank, and then the bank further lends that money to entrepreneurs who are investing in sustainable agriculture, forestry, green infrastructure, or adaptation related businesses. Second example is the Finance Innovation for Climate Change Fund, which is a fund established by the government of Kenya, and it provides repayable grants to microfinance institutions so that they can lend it to small farmers. But these are conditional loans where you take the loan and you have to invest in a climate smart technology or practice. So that sort of creates a market for climate smart technologies. And that's how the adaptation in the agriculture sector is being supported in Kenya. So these are just some of the examples. There could be similar initiatives in India, and GIZ previously had worked on adaptation issues in MSME sector. The report link is available in the presentation. And this is a very big area for focus where governments and other institutions can come together, multilateral, bilateral institutions can come together and address the challenge of climate change from the adaptation aspects, as well as make sure that the business opportunity that climate change is offering is also captured by the MSME sector in India. I would stop here, and thanks to all of you for the patient listening. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. We will great questions in climate change related areas, including on the economy side, and not to say with Raji on and like Karmandaji, who represented the government, and perhaps him help implement 25 common facility centers in a matter of maybe 2 years, sanction and implement matter of 2 years in Punjab. It's something that has not happened in the last 2 decades. Similarly, Maripanji had also made the change in Tamil Nadu. We have more than 50 common facility centers or 60 common facility centers under different schemes of the government of India. He has been heading the Tamil Nadu Small Industry Association over the last several decades, and also the Salem Association. In fact, he has implemented perhaps maybe about 3 or 4 common facility centers in a single district. So these are all national records, which I think Maripanji would also like to elaborate on, and some of the best practices in this context of how an industry association can work with the government and leverage support and work for industrial MSME development.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Yes, Maripanji.
Hello, it's audible.
Very audible.
Yeah. Namaste to every participants. We are very grateful, thankful to Mr. Padmanand Donal and his team of Grant Thornton for organizing such a wonderful program. Nobody has done this kind of program any time in our country for the development of our country. Regarding the cluster development, Mr. Carbandea has given a very clear picture how Punjab has developed and how they struggled and how DT has helped them in promoting 20 clusters CFCs in 1 year. Really, it's a very good compliments for the GT and also to the Ministry of MSME, whom are responsible for giving lot of support to uplift the micro, small and medium enterprises through this MSE CFC schemes. This is a wonderful scheme provided, as Mr. Carbandea has pointed out. We need a leadership. That is, an acceptable leader is a must to promote any common facility center. Without that, if the ego is there, it is very difficult, and unless at least minimum 5 directors or join hands to devote full time to generate the all the required infrastructure facilities, investment and teamwork only make successful. And as far the Tamil Nadu is concerned, so far we have implemented 24 different CFCs on different products. And as pointed out by our mentor, Mr. Badbonan, who is responsible for giving us an opportunity to visit the Kerala. In Kerala, Mr. Ravindran, he is the godfather and mentor for promoting and guiding lot of CFCs, the mentors, and he helped to form many SPVs. But for him, Kerala would not have got that much CFCs in one stroke. Every year, gradually, they are bringing in various fields, printing, furniture, even this modern rice mill, etc. And Tamil Nadu was the first CFC was established in Tamil Nadu in Coimbatore for wet grinder industry. Actually, it took more than 8 to 10 years in the initial stage to establish that, and finally they came up with very successful, and within 1 year they supplied the wet grinders to the government of Tamil Nadu under the Chief Minister's program, and they made a turnover of more than 300 crores in single year and wiped out all their problems, and they are now thinking of going for some major CFC like MIUS, like that. So as per Salem, our district and neighboring districts are concerned, in 2010, I was nominated by the government, the Industries Department of Government of Tamil Nadu, to serve as the Udyami Mitra mentor under the Rajiv Gandhi Udyami Mitra, and then the scheme was there, and I was trained in
this is not very clear, Maripa.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, sir. Hello. Is
Now it is better.
I was given training in Noida, especially for the formation of CFC and other schemes of MSME. After that, in 2012, we started to guide the MSME units in Tamil Nadu to join hands to promote various CFCs. The first CFC was established in Krishnagiri only with 33 small printing owners. They are more or less, they were manufacturing only visiting cards and cover envelopes like that. Now, because of Mr. Badmohan, their investment was only 3 lakhs each, and they mobilized only 1 crore. And with that 1 crore, they got a grant in aid of 10 crores from Government of India. And due to escalation, the project was due to various the dollar value to other things. They have the state government has sanctioned another 1 crore, and it has become very, very successful, and it is one of the best CFC in all over the country, I can say. They are regularly doing a lot of services, and all the SB members are getting the income of now not less than 10 to 20,000 rupees per month. Those who are making only 2,000, the entire district is very much economically boosted for the last 3 years. So it is one of the best CFC under the support of the Government of India and as well as the state government. And as far the stainless steel products are concerned, Salem Steel Plant is manufacturing the world best stainless steel and all kinds of steel products. So with the support of GT, we established the CFC at an investment of 15.32 crores, and we got 12.77 crores as the grant in aid from Government of India and 1 crore from the Government of Tamil Nadu. Now the project cost when completed was about 18 crores, and now it has become another successful. We are manufacturing stainless steel pipes, and we are doing our members, SB members are supplying components on job works to the Defense Ministry also, and we are doing a lot of now surgery equipments also like that. We have developed. These two are going very well, and in Tamil Nadu at present 18 more ongoing projects are under implementation, and the 24 out of the 24 industries already as CFC, they are already implemented, and the entire credit goes to the implementation agency of Government of Tamil Nadu, the SITCO, and also the present Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu. When he was the Finance Secretary, he was giving us all support, and whenever Government of India insisted for more contribution by the state government, immediately he has sanctioned the Chief Minister, Industry Minister. They are also helping us, and even that from the former the principal secretaries to the Industries Department, they are doing wonderful support. And in Tamil Nadu, we are doing a lot of things, and many people have visited our factory, our CFC from other various states also. And even I went to Bihar when Mr. Padman has invited me to present a paper, and Mumbai also. And recently we had a webinar discussion with the Assam MSMEs for setting similar kind of CFC in Assam. So like that, this is a wonderful scheme. And previously, the MSME department was taking even 5 to 7 years to implement, to do the final approval. So now, for the past 2-3 years, it is the time limit is minimized, and we request our present DC, Development Commissioner, who is having a lot of experience in the Habitat, and also Mr. Padmanandas has told that how he was doing a wonderful job in Kerala state. Sir, even today in many projects, they pending for nearly 5 years, 7 years like that. So kindly invite the particulars from your department about how many CFCs are pending for more than 3 years or 5 years. So you will get a clear picture. So really, lot of schemes are pending, and it will be you are now, after meeting the DC within 2 months, at this COVID-19, you are helping the MSME sector like anything. So this is my humble submission. Suddenly, they are now and then they are changing the policy of see. Originally, 20 members are sufficient to apply for the SPV CFC, but they are insisting more and more. So we are, after the submission, after sanction of the project, if any new condition is imposed, we are finding very difficult. Mr. Manoj Bhujwani also told you that for upgradation, we are not getting any support, and working capital also we are not having. So like that, we are ready to share with you our problems, and we hope that we got a wonderful secretary also. I met him 10 years back in Gujarat when he was the principal secretary to the government of Gujarat. So you both are having a wonderful team, and we are very confident that India will grow under your dynamic leadership. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Maripanji.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Shri Ashok Khobragade. Ashok ji, Arun Khobragade, sorry, Chairman of the Food Processing Cell of Vidarbha Industries Association. Vidarbha Association has been pioneering the agri-business development in the Vidarbha region, Gadkariji's home turf, I should say, and maybe about 1,500 MSME units in the agri-business sector are closely associated with this dynamic association. Over to you, Arunji.
Thank you, Padmanabhanji. Am I audible?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. As Padmanabhanji had said, I represent Vidarbha Industry Association and head their food processing chamber. My topic that has been given to me is promotion of value chain in Maharashtra. Vidarbha, out of the 36 districts of Maharashtra, Vidarbha comprises of 11 districts. And like in any state or country, there is one part which is developed and one part which is developing. So Vidarbha is the part of Maharashtra, which is now, if we label it, it can be called as a developing part of Maharashtra. So 2 years back, Vidarbha Industry Association took a decision that we will have to promote Vidarbha as one of the regions in the food processing sector in India. So with that focus, we started working on how to make Vidarbha as a favorite destination for food processing industries in India. So one of the aspects, obviously, that once you take on this path of promoting agribusiness value chain is to showcase. So the showcasing was done in 2018. We had a 3-day exhibition and conference with the help of Grant Thornton also, and we saw that there was a huge attraction towards what was being offered by Vidarbha in terms of the raw material for the food processing sector. The second step post that, then we took it as we exhibited again through Vidarbha Industry Association the extent of raw material that is available in Vidarbha at Mumbai in Make in Maharashtra exhibition. With these two flagship participations by VIA to showcase agri-businesses, what we figured it out is that there is humongous amount of interest from the food processing sector to look at Vidarbha in terms of the offering that is being made with respect to the raw material that is there. As I would like to take this occasion to bring about what is available in Vidarbha in plenty. The first and foremost things, since time immemorial, Vidarbha has been known as a cotton bed. Cotton was referred to as a white gold till up to early 60s. In fact, there is a saying in districts like Yavatmal, Wardha, Amravati, which are basically the cotton growing areas, that during 60s, 1 quintal of cotton was costing the same as 1 gram of gold. So that was the value that cotton had during that time. And Yavatmal, Amravati and Wardha districts of Vidarbha were the sort of place for cotton. So we are trying to bring back that glory in cotton through VI, Vidarbha Industry Association and its agribusiness chamber to cotton. So cotton is being promoted in a big way through us. Second thing is, along with cotton, obviously, as you are aware that pulses are grown as a share crop with cotton. And again, districts of Vidarbha like Akola, Yavatmal, they are very famous for the not only the quantity of pulses, but the quality of pulses that are there. And the example and the amount of dal mills that are there, which has helped Manor Bhojwani ji to create dal mill cluster, and it's one of the best clusters that we can all look at. So dal mill cluster has taken place because the availability of the raw material is not only in ample amount, but also it's a high quality amount. The third thing that Vidarbha provide obviously is the rice. It's a very good combination that out of the 11 districts that are there in Vidarbha, around 4 districts are rice growing districts. And then there is a good amount of variety of rice that are available. There are 2 clusters that are there in the on the rice mill side. And so 4 districts are there for rice. Around same 4 districts are there for cotton and pulses, and the 3 districts are now being promoted as a horticulture district. So already the custard apple of Buldhana, it has gained popularity among the food processing segment, which caters to the dairy industry, and they provide the sitafal or the custard apple pulp to the dairy industries. Not only the Buldhana is giving the volume for the custard apple during the harvest season, but the size of custard apple as well as the quality of the pulp that comes out of it. It's a very pulp friendly variety that is there in this sitafals. So then Vidarbha is also famous for its spices. In fact, probably we are out of the 11 districts, 2 districts have already got GI tag on the spices, one for the chili and the other for the turmeric segment. So if you look at Vidarbha and the work that we are trying to do from our industry chamber and from the food processing cell is that we are trying to, we have created a 1-point contact in Vidarbha VISL that anybody from all over the India, if they are wanting to start any business or start or want to source raw material or want to be part of the agri value chain, then they can connect with Vidarbha Industry Association, and we will provide support so that you have an ample amount of available raw material for your food processing center. For setting up the industry, VI is one-stop shop that they can make you connect with all the officials that are needed for your sanction of land, for your sanction of grants and subsidies that District Industries Center provide. In fact, our office, the Vidarbha Industries office is one floor below the district district industry center. And we are 3 floors below the MIDC, which is the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, which provides land for industries to be set up. So as a industry chamber, and within the industry chamber as a specialized sectoral focused cell, we are not only promoting the region in the sense of that what is available in the region and what you can do in the region, but we are also ready to act as a one-stop support, or rather, if we talk in the government's language, we can become a single window support for all the industry, for all the food processing value chain sectors that would like to operate in rice, in cotton, in pulses, and in horticultural produces, especially fruits. Jain Irrigation is already working on the orange side, but oranges in and around Nagpur are famous, are more famous as a table variety oranges. So anybody who is interested in setting up a packaging unit and then trying to take it to other parts of India on the orange sector, that is one available possibility for oranges. As I said, custard apple is doing good. Amla is there. People are coming together to set up pomegranate horticulture and plantations in Vidarbha. So out here, I would like to say that anybody who wants to work on the food processing side in the 11 districts of Vidarbha, Vidarbha Industry Association can be looked upon as a single window supports thing for setting up those units. Thirdly, that the cell that is trying to look now, and we were in fact looking at creating a kind of district-wise calendar of availability of raw material. But given the COVID situation and all those things, that project has been shifted to the last quarter of this year. So once you come to, say in the first quarter of next year, once you come to VIA, you can have a horticulture calendar in terms of what is available at what time, in what season, and we would also like to add to it that what was the quantity that was available of that particular produce last year, so that you can be able to figure it out that what kind of capacity that you can build up given the raw material availability in this particular region. So I would like to take this opportunity and invite all those entrepreneurs and companies who would like to build up their food processing plant to come to Vidarbha, 11 districts. These 11 districts are very friendly, climate-wise, except probably the month of May. Rest all, if you need any support in terms of engaging with the government machinery, Vidarbha Industry Association and its Vidarbha Food Processing Cell is always there for you. Thank you very much for Grant Thornton to giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Arunji. Thank you very much. So we have a model association like the Maratha Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which was the only association there a decade ago. We are providing a great service in the Vidarbha region. Next, we have Manor Bhojwani ji, also a very good associate, who has, I should say, propelled the cluster intervention in the Vidarbha region. A decade ago, there was nothing in the name of clusters there. Manor ji devoted maybe a few years of his life in establishing the Common Facility Center there. And in fact, earlier, about a decade ago, when we were invited by Malini Shankar to propel the cluster movement there, things were moving very slow. So the first 5 or 6 cluster development common facilities, Manorji had led the Nagpur intervention, devoted a considerable part of his life, and hopefully now it is a model intervention for the whole region and for Gadkari ji. Thank you, Manorji. Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Padmananji. First of all, I am thankful to GT and Mr. Singh, Mr. Darbari and Dalbiji for giving their time and coming to attend this webinar, which is very important for MSME sector. First of all, I talk about my CFC, which is Dal cluster, means pulses processing cluster. The Dal industry in India is 100-year-old technology. And when we started this CFC, the condition of the pulses industries were very, very deteriorating. Say there was no latest technology and all that facilities like in advanced countries it is happening. So I was into the exports of pulses from last 20 years. So I was visiting the latest technology machines and pulses processing units in Australia, Canada, and another advanced countries. So I thought that this kind of facility should come in India. And at this juncture, I met with Mr. Padmananji when he suggested me because there is a lot of investment is required and you can proceed with the cluster development scheme. And with the support of Padmananji and our team, we have started this project and started with a very tough situations when the NA was not available there, other facilities were not there. But anyhow, with the support of our team and Padmananji, we have successfully started this CFC. And now we are looking expansion to this CFC because there is around 4 to 5 years completed. So within a span of 4 to 5 years, there is enormous changes in the technology of pulses processing. This is only pulses is not the product, like pulses you are eating like dal. There is a tremendous value addition in this product. Right now there is extraction of pulses powder into protein, which is have a great opportunity in the world. There is a huge demand for vegetarian protein. So we can explore this opportunity from this our CFC. For that, we are giving the representation through Padmananji right now that we have to expand this facility because the capital investment in this project is very high right now. The pulses protein extraction. So looking to this scenario, after this all practical scenario, when the CFC is operationalized, what is happening? The first thing is we are facing that the technology upgradation we have to do. Either we have to expand the CFC or we have to do some another CFC to start. So next is that we have to face for the cash credit facilities because everybody is giving the job working facility, taking the advantage of the job working facility, but the payments of the job working are coming late. So day-to-day completion of this cash flow, to maintain the cash flow, there is a need of cash credit facility. So we request Mr. Singh to look upon this matter, and regarding this expansion of the current successful CFCs, which are running successfully, they should provide expansion subsidies to them, so that they can go for this kind of next step of value addition in food processing industry. So we are thankful to GT and Padmananji for organizing this important seminar. And one more important thing is that through this CFC, we are going for the backward integration with the farmers for contract processing and for organic cultivation. So thank you, Padmananji. Thank you very much. Again, we will meet with you for the next project.
Thank you, Manoharji. So you will lead interventions there, and Gadkariji will be proud of all of us.
Right.
Anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Shreyans from the Asian Development Bank, who will be speaking on intervention in the rural micro enterprise sector, followed by Kundanji from GIZ. Please, Shreyansji.
Yes. Thank you, Padmananji, and thank you very much for this opportunity to present my views among this very distinguished audience. I am Shreyans Jain, and I work as a development consultant with the Asian Development Bank. I've already shared my presentation, so if somebody could put that up. Okay. Hello, is my... Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, we have all seen the migrant crisis unfolding during this COVID-19 pandemic, and it is very clear that going forward, it will have a very far-reaching impact on both jobs and poverty alleviation. And the sooner that we start working on a solution, the better it is for us. And thus today, I would like to talk about how digitization and digital technology can help leverage and create opportunities both in entrepreneurship and for job creation for returning migrants, which is, I mean, opportunities that are closer to their home. Moving on to the first slide. I think as you all know, what India is facing today is probably the largest ever exodus of migrant workers in the last few decades. It is estimated that out of the 40 million migrant workers that work in the country, about 10 million of them got displaced in the first 2 weeks of the lockdown alone. And I think by now, although official estimates are not available, about 70 to 80% of the migrant workers have been displaced. India was already facing a challenge of creating jobs for the 1 million migrant workers, 1 million youth that was entering the workforce every month. And I think the COVID-19 situation is going to make the situation even worse. So I think, because this problem is unique, it is also important that we look at unique solutions. What is also, daunting is the fact that a lot of the migrant workers would not like to return to the cities to work anymore. So it is very important that we now look at creating jobs which are closer to their homes. Moving on to the next slide. Like I said, we need to think of out of the box solutions to create jobs and opportunities for the migrant workers who are returning back home. And I think one solution that probably comes to mind and has been discussed over and over again is also the Digital India movement and how it could be leveraged to create job opportunities. What is very heartening is the fact that for the first time, the rural India has more internet users than urban India. It is estimated that rural India has now 227 million internet users, and urban India has 205 million. So what it does is it paves the way to roll out greater digitalization opportunities in rural India. And I think one of the opportunities that we've already seen unfold in urban India, which can probably be replicated in rural India, is e-commerce. We've seen how e-commerce has created a virtuous cycle in urban India, how it has led to creation of more jobs, has led to creation of more opportunities, and the impact that it has had on household incomes. So while we've been studying various models, I think one model that has really come up is Alibaba's Taobao e-commerce platform, also known as Taobao Villages, which has emerged in rural China and has capitalized, on the e-commerce opportunity that would be available in rural India. Moving on to the next slide. Thank you. Now here I would just like to talk about the progress of the Taobao villages in rural China, and then going forward I would also explain what the Taobao model is and how the public sector and the private sector could work together to build maybe a similar or or maybe a model which could probably adapt to the Indian needs. So the Taobao model, also known as the Taobao villages, actually started, I mean, here we can see the evolution of it. It started in 2009 with only 3 Taobao villages. And as of 2019, we have more than 4,310 Taobao villages. It is also very important to see that approximately half of China's rural population now lives in Taobao villages. The total sales as far as Taobao villages are concerned in 2019, they amounted to RMB 700 billion, which is about approximately $100 billion. The number of Taobao villages the number of Taobao villages who operated Taobao platforms is about 660,000 in 2018 from just about 70,000 in 2014. And a latest research by the World Bank and Ali Research showed that household incomes in Taobao villages are almost 3 times than that of the average household incomes in China, and are now very similar to the household incomes in urban areas. Now moving on to the next slide. So now what is Taobao and what is the Taobao platform? Now the word Taobao actually in Chinese means seeking treasure, and I think that is what they've done. So what happened is that the Alibaba, which is one of the largest e-commerce platforms in the world, actually launched a specific platform for the rural areas of China, and a village that would adopt the platform and would have at least 10 million in RMB sales or at least 100 active users in a particular village would be called a Taobao village. Now, what did the platform do? The platform was basically giving value-add services such as e-shop registration, trainings, market intelligence such as pricing, sales trends, and so on. And a e-shop owner would come and register on the Taobao platform for the goods that he would source from village suppliers. On the other hand of the spectrum, we would have consumers who would be interested in shopping directly from the villages, or people who are interested in organic products or village handicrafts and things like that. The Taobao platform thus provided an integration of people at the villages and connected them to the consumers, and at the same time provided various value-added services such as logistics and so on. So in turn, Taobao helped in creating job opportunities, in creating entrepreneurship opportunities, and I've already mentioned the impact that it had on on village incomes and so on. And moving on to the next slide. So what was the role of the government and what was the role of the private sector? It is very important to understand that the Taobao village was not really something that was started by Alibaba alone. Alibaba was supported by the Chinese government in rolling out the Taobao village platform, and the role of the government as well as the role of the private sector was very well defined to create these production clusters, to create entrepreneurship ecosystem through digitalization. And what would be the role that would be played by the government in rolling out the infrastructure and the platform was very clear from day one. So what did the government actually do? The government, yes, it supported in providing training for entrepreneurship, but at the same time, the critical role that the government played was laying down the infrastructure. So for example, enabling infrastructure in terms of roads, electricity, and grid improvement, to rural areas, as well as upgrading the internet platform that was available or the broadband network that was available so that the platform could work well. And the role that the private sector played was creating a user-friendly platform that could integrate villagers, the rural people who would like to sell their products on it. So I think overall the role, the government and private sector have to work in sync to create this kind of a platform. And going forward, given that India has really caught on to the digital boom, we can definitely look at creating a model for an e-commerce model for rural India, so that we are able to create opportunities for returning migrants and the rural poor closer to homes, and rather than that they travel to urban areas for work opportunities. So I think this is my presentation. I wanted to keep it short and just put it out there for people to discuss. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Ji. It was a very beautiful and very interesting presentation. I think we should take it to all our villages. So we will be in touch with you. Let's work on it aggressively. Now we have, thank you very much. Ashok Ji is on call. Sai Pravara. Prakar Ji hai ya? Or we'll go on to Samita Ji till then. Samita Ji.
Ashok Ji, I think it's disconnected.
तो बाद में देखें कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे। तो सविता जी कॉल पे है कि नहीं?
कुंदन जी is there. Mr. Kundan Marwal.
सविता जी, हेलो।
Hi.
Yeah, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Yeah,
Very good
so
afternoon.
finally, we'll have yours as the final or the semi-final session before we offer the concluding one. So
Okay.
thank you. I think it'll be a great sign off. So thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Sure, sure. I mean, I was
And
listening.
your technology. Yeah, your technology
Yes,
and your
yes.
services. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Padmanand, and thank you, GTT, for giving this opportunity to discuss and learn from the rest of the panels. And I was noting down a couple of points which were more relevant from the technology aspect. So we are all running through this pandemic and they coming back to new normal. However, this COVID-19 has exposed us, the agri supply chains, to many unknown challenges. I think somebody has muted. Yeah, I think somebody
No,
has
you're
muted
clear,
me.
very clear, loud and clear.
Okay, okay.
No, you're
So
loud and clear. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. So this COVID-19 has really exposed us to various challenges, especially for the business house who are working very closely in agri supply chain. And I believe that situation where in last forum also I was quoting that this is actually an opportunity to show how innovative and technology interventions could be implemented to resolve the problems in the food system, such as linking the growers to the consumers or enabling the providing how to maintain the stable and safe produce by using simple mobile technologies, enabling with remote sensing and collecting with the ground level information will help the entire ecosystem of business house and stakeholders to have a common understanding of data analytics over the platform, giving the complete visibility and transparency, and also the consistent safe produce to the end customers like us who are very much concerned about what we are eating during this situation. So I represent Source Trace, and we are a social agtech enterprise where we are using ICT solutions, basic tools. We are empowering the farm extension team to resolve lot many problems, but in a category, how do we improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers by increasing their income, by giving them the right information, the right advisory, which they can understand in their own language, and also empowering FPOs by giving them the understanding of market linkage facility where they can trade directly with the buyers and integrating with the core banking systems or mobile that trade could be having a better price realization, and also integrating with cold storage so that they can store their produce and wait for the a good price to come it up. So in an overall, our solutions, we are focusing more onto the post-harvest side, but as an organization, we are offering a bouquet of services right from on-farm management towards advisory, adding the data analytics part using the remote sensing, helping the FPOs or farmers to take this, leverage the benefit of these digital tools. And so far, it has been adopted by 1 million farmers across, spread across 28 countries now. It includes most of them small and large cooperatives, and also with the individual FPOs too, where like less than 200 or 300 farmers are working closely to increase their, reduce the export perspective. So what we are as a Source Trace, and would be happy to take offline more. And this forum of webinar has really brought lot many insights overall from the ecosystem of MSME sector. Thank you, Padmanand. Thank you for giving this opportunity. And thank you for the rest of the panel to be part of it.
Thank you very much, Samtaji. We now have Kundan Bern from the GIZ, the German Technical Cooperation, who would be focusing on emission reductions.
Yeah, thank you, Padmanand. Can you hear me?
Yeah, quite clear.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Grant Thornton, for inviting me to speak. I will briefly be talking about electric vehicle structures in the MSME
I think you'll have to bring the mic closer to your speaker. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is better. Much better.
Yeah.
Much better.
So.
Yeah. I think you'll have to hold it. Yeah, the speaker.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I've shared my presentation. Can somebody please put up that presentation? Yeah. So considering that we are talking about MSMEs, it's extremely, and also the fact that the government of India is focusing so much on Make in India, and the fact that recently the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman also last month delivered the much awaited economic package, which kind of brought relief to the MSME sector, one of the worst hit during the pandemic in the country. And some of the notable measures that were announced included 3 lakh crore loan, 200.
I think there is the connectivity issue. The speech is not very clear. The voice. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can you just try again? Maybe the distance from the speaker or the microphone.
Just a moment. I'll try. Hello?
Yeah, this is much better. Perfect.
Okay, so I'll do it without the...
Yes.
So I was saying that connecting cooperation conducted this assessment which looks into
no, it's not clear, Ji. It's not clear. Kundan ji, clear nahi hai. There's an echo. There's an echo. I think you could continue with the mic, even if it's less audible. Yeah, please. No, I think with the mic would be better. I mean, with the microphone. Because otherwise there is a large echo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it is. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so I'll cut it short because I also have to move to another call. The MSME sector, we know, is extremely important, and the fact that this sector has 63.88 million units, which employs more than 70 million people and are covering more than 6,000 products, and has a significant potential to contribute to the Make in India story. And this was also reiterated very recently by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who actually delivered the much-awaited economic package, which brought, relief. Which brought about the relief package to the MSME sector. When we looked at this, we looked at the emissions of the MSME subsector, economic analysis of the MSME sector, and also looked at the energy use and the emissions profile of the energy-intensive MSME sectors, and conducted future projection of energy use and GHG emissions. And then when we looked at the funding requirements to reduce emissions, we realized that there is not so much of funding requirement. It's only lack of mismatch that is happening. We identified that there are 14 energy-intensive subsectors which has an emission, which has emitted in the last year, 2017-18, to the tune of 175 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And then looking at the BAU scenario, we realized that almost like 270 units, 270 million tons of CO2 equivalent will be emitted until 2030. And this is extremely important to be put in perspective. The nationally determined contributions that the government of India announced in 2015. So based on the assessment, and when we looked at the energy intensity, the MSME presence, and the review, we shortlisted 10 sectors and 14 subsectors that you can see on the slide. Can you please change the slide? Next slide, please. Yeah, and I heard several speakers talk about different MSME sectors. Different MSME sectors, and the size of the bubble on the right hand side of the slide shows the different the size of the MSME subsector in terms of clusters which are spread in the country. Somebody just now was talking about the food processing sector, which is the largest subsector, which has more than 80 clusters in the country. And the textile is the second largest. Next slide, please. Yeah, very quickly in the emissions pattern of the energy intensive subsectors, I will quickly let you know that there are brick kiln, steel, re-rolling, sponge iron, cement, and food processing subsectors, which has been ranked top 5 in the emissions, and contribute almost like 98% of the total emissions from the 14 energy intensive subsectors that we identified. And when we look at, so what we did was, we looked at the business as usual scenario, and then also looked at the 3 different scenarios, which was what will happen, what is in terms of emission reductions if there is a 10% energy consumption reduction until 2030, what will happen if there is a 20% emission reduction, energy consumption reduction, and what will happen if there is a 50% reduction. So I will quickly come to those slides. Can you please go to the next slide? Yeah, so in the business as usual scenario, as I said, in 2018, the MSME sector was emitting almost like 181 million tons of CO2 equivalent, whereas in the business as usual scenario, if you look at 2030, the emissions would be anywhere between anywhere near 270 million tons of CO2 equivalent. However, when we do sensitivity analysis in terms of what will be the energy consumption reduction, and we projected emission reductions that can happen as a result of those exercises done. We can show you the 3 scenarios on the 10% reduction, 20% reduction, and 50% reduction. Can we move to the next slide? So in the 10% reduction scenario of energy consumption, we did an estimation of almost like if we do this in 2030, the emission reductions will stand at 242 million tons of CO2 equivalent. And if we do a 20% reduction, which is on the next slide, can you please move to the next slide? And if we do a reduction of 20%, so it is 215.36 million tons of CO2 equivalent in 2030. Retrofitting is the best possible method for climate change mitigation in these energy intensive subsectors. But I will also briefly touch upon the different technologies that we looked into, the kind of financing that would be required, and their payback periods. Next slide, please. So 50% emission reduction, 50% reduction in the energy consumption would be around 135 million tons of CO2 equivalent in 2030. And it is extremely important to address the emission reductions in the MSME sector, considering the fact that we are talking about Make in India and all kinds of financial support that is being provided. Production is going to increase, and relative emissions will also increase in due course of time until 2030. But considering the fact that the government of India has taken NDC targets, and also the fact that the government of India a few years back was planning to launch a carbon market in the MSME sector, it would be imperative for the MSME sector to start thinking about emission reductions and implementing technologies which can reduce emissions. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we looked into all the technologies that could be implemented, the tentative costs and the payback period. So the payback periods are pretty decent. So except a few which runs into 100 months or so, most of them are between 4 to 36 months. So these are also relatively low cost technologies which can be implemented, considering the fact that all kinds of financing can be made available to the MSMEs, and they are now they can think of investing in some of these technologies. What we've realized so far is the last slide of my presentation. Next slide, please. Demonstrations and development of a package of interventions is extremely important to support identification, financing, and implementation of appropriate technologies. Now, these technologies are very well established, known, and are implemented in many of these MSMEs. But large-scale implementation in almost all the MSMEs is extremely important, and then package of interventions need to be made available to them. Awareness and capacity building programs need to be done, and this we realized also in some of our projects in GIZ, when we started building capacities of some of these MSMEs. It would extremely be important to tell them also about different kinds of opportunities that lie ahead, for example, carbon market financing. Then the third one is information of where the technology can be adopted, information on cost, payback period, because when you start talking to them about technology change, the immediate thing that comes to their mind is finances and the payback period. And also some of them would need technical support in terms of requirements and support in terms of where are the suppliers, the financial institutions providing finance. And last but not the least, I think there is a requirement of special health tests for the MSME lending. And now that the government of India has announced the economic package for the MSME, I think this will be addressed in some form or the other in due course of time. Thank you so much. I would like to end my presentation here, and thank you, Grant Thornton, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kundanji. On behalf of the organizers, the industry association that you are working with, and also Economic Times, thank you. Now, do we have Ashok Gagare, Prakarji, or not?
Yes, sir. Ashok has joined.
Acha, Ashok ji hai. Ashok ji, pranam.
I'm unmuting him.
Ashok ji. But Ashok ji दिखते तो नहीं.
Gigi, can we unmute him?
Let me try.
He's with the name Gagare Ashok.
Okay.
Identified or difficult?
No, identified, but it is not.
Yeah, last time also you had the same problem with Gagare ji. You must do a trial run. Okay, so let's forget it, right?
Yes, sir, I think, yes.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, then you can come to my project presentation. Ashok Gagare ji is running one of the most successful startup FPC in the country, from zero turnover to almost about 50 crore turnover in a matter of 4 years. A range of interventions that you produce, which Madam Neelkamal ji had introduced today morning, in terms of input shop, in terms of market linkages with CPCs, a multinational, in terms of common facility centers, that kind of thing. Now, we'll just come to the final summary from our side, as time is of importance now to all of us. In summary, I would just like to introduce the basic concept of best practices that we evolved from our side and also from the expert side today. We will be documenting this into a virtual white paper, which will be presenting to the Government of India and the concerned ministries. Now, basically in terms of best practice in the agribusiness sector, what we find is incubation support, which Madam had mentioned as the first session today, in terms of procurement, in terms of custom hiring, in terms of common facility center, primary and processing and storage, credit linkages to avoid distress sale and to sell when appropriate, good agricultural practices, seed production, market connectivity with the multinationals, and statutory and legal compliances and appropriate policy advocacy. All these are the interventions, 12 interventions that we need to make a successful or evolve a successful farmer-producer company or organization. So the problem is in India, other than in World Bank projects or in SFAC assisted projects, or to an extent in some NABARD projects or in ADB projects, other than these, in many of the cases, none of these interventions, but for maybe a small input shock, really happens. So the need for professional services, which Madam had introduced as the best practice intervention, on the basis of which $1 billion is going to be invested by the government of India, is most appropriate. The next major area that we find is with regard to policy and the schemes of the government of India. Now, the Ministry of Food Processing has introduced several schemes for FPOs. Some are specifically for FPOs, like for example, the forward backward linkage scheme, other than the other CEPH and other schemes that they have. Now, the specific schemes also, there had been an issue that the net worth criteria of the ministry was not being relaxed. Like many of us will know, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, unlike many of the other ministries, have a scheme with regarding to a scheme evaluation criteria with regard to the net worth of the promoter or the applicant. It should be 1.5 times the grant amount. Now, expecting a typical FPC or FPO with a equity and reserves base of 20 or 30 lakhs to have a net worth of maybe 1.5 crore or 5 crore or 8 crore, depending on the grant that they're going to leverage to, is an impossible or something that we can only dream of. So this criteria has been relaxed, and the minimum investment criteria in terms of minimum 4 crore or 5 crore or 6 crore has been reduced to 3 crore in the case of private sector. In the case of FPCs, there is no minimum investment criteria. So minimum investment criteria in terms of net worth and investment, both have been reduced as to accommodate FPOs and FPCs into MOFP schemes. Similarly, many in MOFP schemes. Second one is the third issue is with regard to the support offered by some schemes of the government of India. For example, the NHB schemes, National Horticulture Board schemes, where we have maybe 1,000 in the last 4 years projects, open field cultivation, as well as cold store and horticulture. You would find that there have been limitations in terms of the support being back-ended, meaning it's now almost like the RKVY schemes, where people have to bring in their money up front, and then you are supported by assistance after a period of a year or two. Now, this delay has been ensuring that typical FPOs and micro and small farmers cannot avail of benefit under such schemes to the extent desired. So the ideal best practice would be that the schemes, back-ended schemes, be converted to pro rata schemes, as are MOFP and other schemes, to make them more useful for the smaller stakeholders and micro stakeholders. The fourth major issue is with regarding to financing of FPOs and FPCs. Now, till now, credit linkages and credit guarantee used to be offered or could be availed of only by the formal financial institutions, including nationalized banks and private nationalized banks. But now this criteria has been recommended by SFAC in the latest strategy also, that NBFCs could also be eligible for seeking some credit guarantee support and support FPCs. In fact, in many of our projects where we have financed thousands of or hundreds of FPCs, you will find more than 60-70% are supported by NBFCs. So non-banking financial corporations also being eligible for credit guarantee cover is a very welcome sort of initiative, a best practice that could be considered by the government of India. The next major recommendation that we see is with regard to forward and backward linkages, schemes of the Ministry of Food Processing, which has been newly introduced, introduced a few years ago, exclusively for FPOs. And the ministry also encourages all schemes, including the cold chain, the agri-processing cluster, also for FPOs. Not only for big FPOs like Sahyadri, but also the typical upcoming FPOs. The next major issue, the next major best practice again, is what Dr. Dalwai had considered and covered, is the need for a focus on value chains and clusters. So you'll find that many countries of the world, be it Chile, be it Paraguay, Uruguay, even the small banana, so-called banana republics, in Latin America, you would find that the focus of the government has been on promoting certain prioritized agribusiness value chains. So we need to identify these agribusiness value chains again. It is not very difficult. Many have already done it with a relatively non-rigorous mode. And what we also find is that production in all these agribusiness value chains is clustered in particular pockets. Like if it is grapes, it is in particular 3 or 4 clusters or districts in Maharashtra. If it is apples, particular area, chili, particular area. So what we need is cluster focus initiatives with a value chain focus. Cluster focus initiative to optimize resources and to ensure that infrastructure is focused. So this is another best practice that we could work on, as advised by Dr. Dalwai and also by Dr. Singh from DC MSME thereafter. Similarly, there is also a scheme called the unit scheme, which had been introduced by the ministry. The unit scheme basically is to ensure that many of our parks which have not been taken off can now be filled very well by FPOs and by startups also. So many best practices are there which have been introduced, and all these 8 or 9 best practices, the agri sector is most appropriate. Now with regard to the MSME sector, please. With regard to the MSME sector, going by Michael Porter's standard strategies, which we had customized and taken to a much higher level, is that we look at factor conditions, we look at demand conditions and the business environment. Now, factor conditions are being redressed by the DC MSME, by the support institutions, by various other ministries who are related to the sector through establishment or facilitation of raw material assistance schemes. We have the NSIC, we have the SIDCOs and TIDCOs. We also have raw material banks operated by dynamic industry associations, be it leather or engineering or even printing and packaging and paper, small and large banks across all associations in India. So that is being addressed either by the private sector or with support from the government institution. Skilled manpower, we have numerous programs and schemes which we are implementing and churning out thousands and tens of thousands of skilled upgradation programs and manpower. Innovative financing instruments, Madam from CB has just called Chitralaji. Unfortunately, she's got tied up with FMC. But basically, you find at least about 8 to 10 innovative financing instruments, including association-led credit guarantee scheme, pre-approved loans through associations, mutual credit guarantee fund schemes, along with associations. Many such innovative financing instruments have been adopted from abroad, and we have been incorporating them in pockets across the country. These could be made nationwide to ensure that the MSME and industry and agribusiness sector benefits. Infrastructure, almost all the schemes of Government of India now are on PPP basis, public-private partnership. Earlier, most projects, like say plastic parks, used to be eligible to be implemented only by state governments. Now everyone has realized this doesn't happen. Government cannot do business. Government can only facilitate business. So PPP is the norm, and we have maybe thousands of success stories across the country, which are documented in the form of books also, which should be emulated even in a bigger scale. With regard to demand conditions, India has the youth, the consuming youth, by which we don't need to worry about global demand and markets, or to the extent that other countries does. But this will not remain forever. Hence, global demand, penetrating big markets and the global market is very critical. For example, in the agribusiness segment, we may have 50% of production of banana, 50% production of green chili. But in global trade, you will find one small banana republic in Latin America, or to use a crude word, it will be having maybe 30% or 40% of world trade, and India will not have even 1% in world trade. So we need to ensure that we use the strategies for increasing gap, good agri productivity, quality and conformance, traceability, source trace, where we had Madam Samita ji explain. Source trace, Cropin are many such firms who facilitate this global market connectivity, technology apps. All this is very critical to ensure connectivity to the world. Similarly, you look at free trade agreements. You know that today it's not competition, not between countries, it's between clusters. And between clusters, it's not between clusters in particular countries. It is clusters in different free trade regimes. So you'll find China is exporting all its textiles, cotton, and food products through Venezuela. So they have an access to Venezuela. Then through the Mercosur arrangement, they penetrate the Latin America and the North American markets. So penetrating and exploiting and ensuring appropriate free trade agreements with the EU, with Russia, and with Latin America have been identified both by the leather industry and by the Tirupur textile industry in India, where we have prepared the vision documents. These are absolutely required, otherwise we will never be competitive in the global marketplace. So FTA negotiation appropriate, ensuring connectivity to global value chains, and outward FTI. Outward FTI meaning it may be not completely make in India, but partly make in India. Like for example, China has exported most of its manufacturing base, leather textiles, to Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, elsewhere, because they in turn enjoy free trade agreements and preferential market access to the developed world. So this also is a strategy that we need to ensure, not make completely in India, make appropriately in India and appropriately in Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, as to penetrate the global market. So this strategy will have to be very carefully evolved for the MSME sector and also for the agribusiness sector. Similarly, if you look at investment promotion, most countries of the world are now leading and the policies are almost the same, either in terms of 10-year tax holidays, land at competitive rates, ease of doing business in all contexts, labor law exception, that India is doing, other countries are also doing. We need to do better. We can do better by offering appropriate factor conditions, appropriate skilled labor, appropriate social infrastructure, which many countries cannot afford and or offer. So we can easily replace China by offering these services and capture the investors who had run to China 30 years ago. We are 25 to 30 years behind China only because they had opened their foreign investment doors 25 years ago before we did. So this is something that we can do right now, given the COVID scenario, and attract all the investors into the country. But when we attract these investors to the country, we need to ensure that we focus not on market seeking FDI, but on efficiency seeking FDI. We don't want people who will come here, make cars and sell cars to us. We don't want people who will come here, take our cotton garment, make shirts and sell them to us. We want people who will make cars and export to the world. We want people who make garments and export to the world. Same thing with regard to all the other value chains. The efficiency seeking export marking FDI should be ensured through appropriate tariff measures in terms of import duties as well as export incentives. So these are all recommendations that we made extensively. So unless we have a macro focus on interventions, we will be working like blind men, seven blind men and the elephant with regard to industrial, economic and agri reforms. So these are some of the interventions that we need to make in a holistic perspective. With regard to PPP schemes, public-private partnership schemes, we have also identified some best practices and failures. One is many schemes which are not really pre-marketed, like the mega food park was not earlier. You just had infrastructure players or other players in textile parks. So unless the project is pre-marketed with the SPV actually being users, you find the projects do not take off in many cases. Now, there are some concerns also of the DC MSME now bringing in Section 8 companies as the company eligible for application of common facility centers. Now, Ministry of Commerce of Industry had dropped the Section 8 clause, meaning Section 25 company, more than 8 years ago. But the DC MSME has unfortunately brought it now. This is an area, I mean, not fortunately or unfortunately, industry as well feels that it is very cumbersome to operate a Section 8 company compared to a private limited company. And if the objective is ease of doing business in the country, are we going against it or in line tune with the policy? This, I think, Dr. Singh should consider, perhaps on representation by the industry associations. The another major issue is with regard to land tenure in many of the projects. Earlier, land tenure in common facilities and IAD scheme used to be about 15 years to 16 years. But the last 2 years, it has been increased to 30 years. That I'm sure all our industry leaders, be it Bhojwani ji, Mariappan ji, Biju Ramesh ji, Ravindran ji, all of them from all these states and the rest of India, who we are working very closely with, they would all say that 16 years would have been most appropriate. 30-year land is difficult to get, one. And next thing is, if the scheme equipment life of the asset is only 10 years to 12 years in terms of machine, why do we need a 30-year sort of thing? So there are certain things which could be considered in the line of best practices and learnings from industry, which could be considered for reforming Government of India schemes. Similarly, in some schemes like the NHB, National Horticulture Board schemes, you would find that the cost norms are not being revised for the last 5 to 6 years. So periodic revision of cost norms in many schemes is also appropriate to ensure appropriate funding to private sector industry. Next thing is, The quality of business plans and projects is very weak, both in the FPC sector, agribusiness sector, and the MSME sector. So we need to ensure appropriate training, top-notch quality professionals working in the field. If not, the same old initiative of weak resource institutions developing industry and the agribusiness sector may happen, in which case we will only be losing a lot of taxpayers' money in terms of intervention. The last major issue is with regarding to ensuring appropriate monitoring of interventions and appraisal of projects and interventions. Involving agencies like SIDBI or NABARD or banks, either in appraising projects, in appraising schemes, appraising implementation, appropriate agencies will be very critical, and the focus need to be on outcome-based rather than on output-based interventions and impact alone. Thank you very much.